new commentators here. Not many new commentators, plus someone is going to be new here, but I'm still here. Right, this is the third time with the drip. The cat maid is still alive. I'm basically going to be the only one who did the whole drip, other than Six and other than Maz last week. But I hope you doing that last week too. But yeah, the video here, and we're going to be going into, finally, after LTC and all that, we're going to go into round 1 soon enough.
We are.
Yeah, so maybe you can see a map list, but we saw a little bit of the preview about who we're playing against. Well, who we're going to see actually. It's going to be Caution for Skyfall
as well.
Yeah, that too.
Very interesting set.
Yeah.
And we can now see Caution versus Skyfall.
So, do you know one of these people?
I am looking at it. I can't say I do, although I'm not the very best at keeping up with competitive.
Well, if you're not the best, I can actually give you notes. So, Skyfall, they're gonna be a new comp team, if I remember and one thing you want to know, if they have a team PFP on Sunday, that means they're an actual team. If they don't, that means they're pickup. So, on here, you can see that, active on Sunday page, that Skyfall does not have a PFP. So, that means they are a pickup. But for Caution, they are actually a whole team. They placed like Div 6 or something before in Aludi last season, but now they're coming back. And also, by the way, I should tell you, this is going to be the biggest SOS ever, because there's a Aludi season coming up. So there is 80 teams that signed up, all to get in last minute results for Aludi, including for the ones previously in previous weeks. Even this weekend too as well.
Yeah, I always know there's a big rush right before then, because you gotta get your most recent results if you want to be able to be seeded properly. Divs are a big deal, and people treat them as such. Yeah,
and as well, again, going from earlier too, because Paddington was actually earlier today, and that had 40 teams. And but Squid Junction though, if you don't count that, because that was like a little bit lesser, because earlier before then there was Speed Ladder that had like 80 teams as well. So basically, remember as well, since this is going to be nearby the end of the regular season, going to Ludi season, we are going to be having to go to Ludi, and that's going to be this weekend. But anyways, other than that, we have mob ruins on spot zones. That's going to be first round.
We do. It'll be interesting to see how they choose to approach with the two sides. This map's been in the game for a good while now, so there will be some clear strategies established, I'm sure.
Yeah, but for the side Caution, remember the comp correctly, they might have a sniper. I remember they do have an Alice, but they have a kind of pop-off shot, and maybe they do have a blaster as well. If someone's calls a question of comps, because they've been here before. They've been on stream like a week ago or something, or 2 weeks ago. And now they're coming back from round 1, so maybe we'll see this be pretty well. Seeding might be the questionable thing as well, but we'll see how it plays off.
We will. And from the sounds of those weapons, that's pretty good setup for poking all around this middle platform of Umami Ruins. So we'll have to see how well they play with that.
Yeah, because you need to remember this is actually gonna be a 2-zone map, so you need to remember to get control of the left and get control of the right.
And certain parts of the stage definitely make it easier for that side to control that section of land. So it'll be interesting to see what they do to make sure that they can control both.
Yeah, and also if you want to know the seeds for anyone who's questioning about it, it's going to be 37 versus 44. Group D.
Check that as well. I'll see you. Alright. And it looks like we're getting right into it.
Yeah. It does look like...
We'll see some V-Dualies, Stamper, a lot of order weapons I notice. There's that comp you were talking about earlier, but what really matters is how they interact in the middle.
Yeah, the main thing though is obviously on the comp, you do see that's going to be a blaster. It's going to be, okay, it's going to be a blaster 52 cal shot and pencil for the side of Caution, who's going to be in the blue, and on the orange it's going to be actually Skyfall, who's going to be on the sword. Going to be in pencil, it's going to be on the dually, and going to be on the T-deck. We're going to be seeing more of a chip heavy comp actually on this side of Skyfall than Caution actually, but Caution does have more of the range.
Yep, but as we speak, Caution's having some trouble staying alive as they go 3 down and get pushed further back to this choke. We'll have to
Yeah.
see how either team plays off of this, building
Yeah.
specials or taking more picks.
Yep, but as we see right now, again, Chai, Novan, and both of them together have been just staying off put. The Novan actually having a Zuko ready as well. But that's going to be 2 down again on the side of Kosh, on the side of Skyfall actually. Again, we're going to see both of this guy and Skaboop. Skaboop having the blaster hit damage right now, it's just going to be even closer with that actual full 100% because of the armor though. Not going to be a full kill, but the wave is going to slow them down with the side of Skyfall.
This crab's going to be a big threat to this side of the zone, possibly buying some time for Caution to get more in. But alas, it is just another cap. We're down to 30 points now, so it's going to be tough to see a victory. It's going to be tough to see a comeback. Though it's always possible, as they take their half of the zone and this Doolies nearly takes the other.
Yeah, but the thing for Skyfall though, that's going to be 3 down actually, but the sword getting a huge triple. That's going to be a good time for Skyfall to get points as he can actually kept his own. But how long will last though, because we need to see Skyfall get control of mid. As we're seeing right now for the sword, they all going to actually be going for the in by Novaden on spec cam right now, but everyone else, even on the T-Tech going in for the strikes, them getting killed off is going to be a huge precaution to get back to mid. Skaboop is already going for as far as possible, but they get killed off by the 52 guy and everyone else too. Skaboop is showing a good try to play this massive defense with a very big. But they need to find a way to come back in.
They really do, and as they are well into their point timer, they're going to have to play a little slower than they were approaching at first and take their time and respect to build up some specials, because that's going to be the best way that they can get back in here. As we can see with that Zuka taking a majority of the right zone, though it's not quite enough as Skyfall takes the lead, just barely.
Yeah, just barely. It's off by 3 points, but we see for Caution, they're already coming in with specials. They're already done with 50 to guard. They have actually very big buddy as well. So for side of Caution, with Skaboop immediately putting down the kill will. That's gonna be more delay on the side of Transfer to come back in. Again, as you said, you need to get special to come back in. And with the actual zip guns being ready and popped up immediately, with the core coming out as well, that's gonna be what Skyfall doing immediately.
Yup, and with that run in on the with some running in with the specials and a few good picks from Caution, it's going to shut down a lot of the attempts. If this crab from this Duelist or this strikes from the T-Tech doesn't result in anything good, they're going to have a big struggle getting back.
Yeah, trying to get it back for Jim with the Zip Cat's already going down, but that's going to be 2 down inside of Caution. We've seen that little ouch arrow coming in for the side of Caution, but they actually got the zone back somehow, and they got the lead because Skyfall was taking too long to paint the zone. So literally because of that, the good is going to be ready, Tassa's going to be falling back to the little circle area, and it's going out good as well, so that's going to be a little bit of respawn, but again, how much time do you need because Caution is going to be still holding the points. They are still going fast and going at it.
They really are, and if they can get this last piece of zone, that's going to be a very good knockout.
Yeah, and that is going to be the very first knockout, literally from looking at it. It did seem to Skyfall, they were just seeming to be a little bit too slow for Caution. Just Caution able to take over and get the wins over their slowness. But for the side of Caution, like if you already have synergy, you already know how to do it. It makes sense that you just take a full advantage of it, but we know that they can play aggro. Skyfall, they showed aggroness as well, but we might need to see a little bit more of them coming out on Mimic on Scorch Gorge.
Indeed, indeed, and that Rainmaker is definitely going to play into some of these different playstyles, as the zone is very stationary, but the Rainmaker is ideally escorted all the way into the enemy base. It'll be interesting to see how either team deals with terrain changes as they approach the end.
Yeah, you need to remember as well that for Waymaker Scorch Gorge, there is going to be 2 paths for the Waymaker. One for the Great, and one for the Ram. Everyone uses the Ram, so we're going to see a lot of chaos going on the Ram side. But then after that, it's going to be the whole push to the mid, and that's going to be a huge choke point actually, depending on who gets it, because you can go all the way and get a KO, or be stalled a little bit and get stuck in the 20s, stuck in the 30s. That's where usually the map ends, or where the game ends, usually around that time.
Yep, I agree with that, and we may be able to see that. Or if you can get good, and once they can get past some chokes, they can also set up quite well to make that. If they get to their enemy plat, it could very well create that stalling situation you say around 20 or 30. Though with some good specials on that choke, it could very much give them the way in, especially with the strikes that we saw last game, being able to cover the Rainmaker entirely.
Yeah, but at that point though, it's really just questionable on how long you take. Because again, speed is the factor. And remember, for SOS now, ever since we changed to Sendu, other than Battlefy, this is now going to be a best of 3. There is no playoff 3s anymore for tiebreakers. Best of 3 because on Sendu, there is a tiebreaker of points of how much you scored. So we don't need to worry about who's going to get in like camp head or grade right because of the hidden tiebreaker rules. We have them shown up in scores that the players do need to submit every time they finish the game. So that is going to be really how it plays off as we go to maybe score soon enough as the players are still picking weapons.
Indeed, and it's going to be interesting to see how much they might change their weapon comp. I'm not familiar with the team, so I'm not sure if there are any one weapon dedicated one tricks. But how much they change for Rainmaker is always an interesting thing to see, as zones in Rainmaker are pretty different. And we can see here as the game starts.
Yeah, I'm going to be seeing that it's going to be for Skyfall. There's going to be a little bit of a comp change actually. We are going to be seeing on the side of Skyfall, the minion's going to come into play actually now. The duel is going to be coming back as well. And actually on the side of Caution, there's going to be no change.
Indeed. And with all of that, it's going to be a big fight for mid, as most games usually start, as both teams pop some early specials, but take some picks as well.
Yeah.
Although, as Skyfall goes 3 down, it is looking very good for Caution to be able to take this first choke point and possibly get our first Rainmaker checkpoint.
Yeah, look at that. They do actually take the first checkpoint, but Skyfall, all of them is going to be at the choke point, and literally because of that, if it's run down in the mini, there's going to be no hammer coming to play, but for Caution, they'll be able to go through that if they do have gold, which they do have actually, so they can actually go up and actually sacrifice and go for points, but I they're playing more conservative and just going to be ready for it, but as it's going to be with Skyfall, have them all go to them. But literally because they wait so long with the checkpoint actually being popped off, and Mimic being popped up as well, that's going to be a whole long reset.
It will, but as Skyfall goes 3 down again, it is going to be oh wait, no, not again. I'm mixing them up. As Caution goes 3 down, it's going to be an interesting reversal of the roles that we just saw. And as we see Caution in the same spot as Skyfall was moments ago.
Yeah, but it's like, again, it's going to go back to the first game that Skyfall took a little bit too time, but this time, Skyfall is actually playing more aggressive, and now they take it for a checkpoint, but with 1 down, but with more popping money and the hammer coming out as well, they are able to actually get the lead and even get more points going past to the pillow, maybe going all the way to the hammer, but because they were being all paid out, that's going to be mostly that Skyfall's push as Pop is going to be staying there, even the points to 40, maybe get killed off soon unless they just, nope, they get killed off, I did it.
Yep, and this Hedit gets a very good set of kills as they are able to secure some space for their team to start moving forward and perhaps challenge the incredible map control of Skyfall.
Yeah, that bug code match joy, that's actually going to be all losing up to Crush, and as they are going to be taking up ahead. Kaboob on the blaster once again and just trying to do less bomb as much as possible once the the team is just going to be gathering the special that headed. It's going to be pulling out the further cooler, and for the rest of the team of Skyfall, they're just trying to plan out what to do, to trying to get the special away from the cooler and try to play a little bit more aggro as they see already with the dualies.
And we do see it as those duels go down, and more people are going to have to reinforce this choke, but they do not, and they get 2 people inwards that allow them to get a clean wipeout and move and take the lead.
Yeah, that was like actually a crazy double that the blaster did get there, but for the rest of the team for Skyfall, that multi was going to be pitched up by one in the corner left side, but with that, we are seeing for side Caution to move a little bit of accident, trying to pick up the win, but then a little bit of blaster take, but at the same time getting all the points up to 23.
And it's going to be interesting to see what kind of specials or strategies will be pulled, including that hammer from the mini Splatling that you can see in the background here. That seems to be their ticket to keep these players out, as that takes some very good retreating area. So unless they rush for this Rainmaker here, they're going to end up getting outpainted eventually, unless they just all come back like they are doing now.
Yeah, but really, it's more of a stop up to Skyfall because again, they're all waiting for special all way to way out. But for the side of caution, they know they have so much caution ability. Not only by the hammer, but you know the kill ability is going to be coming out right now. That's one of the caution ability. But since the Rainmaker is stuck in the corner and all the pain is going to be out, that is going to be a Rainmaker reset. Now that Rainmaker reset actually happened, the sick caster from this damage is going to be coming out, and now we're going to be seeing Skyfall going all the way back to mid with 3 down on the side of caution.
Yep, and we'll have to see how this mini and other people, including this tactical that has just been popped, contributes to this push ahead. We have a crab out gonna cover some approach, but they're not grabbing the Rainmaker yet. They seem to have some bigger plan for it. Perhaps a quicker path along the grates.
Yeah,
as they all distract.
Yeah, but the thing is, we need to remember if anyone has one creep, it looks like no one does. And because they're playing the safe option is swimming. Well, literally, with that, we see Skyfall getting 2 kills actually, but there's going to be sneak on the Rainmaker on the side of caution, which we are seeing with the Rainmaker being stuck in the 2v1, and they all going to get killed off 30 seconds left remaining. This might be going to caution again.
And if it goes to caution and stays there, it's likely that this 20 seconds left go to overtime. But it looks like Skyfall manages to secure the Rainmaker, but not for long. We'll have to see how this goes.
Yeah, the killer is going to be killing off the Rainmaker once again, but again, caution on you to play defense, which they are playing really strong right now. With 6 seconds left to clock, Skyfall not even able to get a push, but Chai was able to play super defense, getting a kill off, and now it'll be it. Caution will be winning 2-0.
And there we are, indeed. Because Skyfall was the last team to hold the Rainmaker, overtime doesn't even begin if the Rainmaker's on the ground, and the game is given to caution.
Yeah, if the Rainmaker is stuff neutral, it doesn't matter. You need to have the other team pick it up, and that's why caution is going to be winning. And moving on to a 1-0 score.
Indeed. It's honestly always been interesting to me how Rainmaker overtime mechanics work, because that, if it's neutral, it is entirely based on who picked it up last, which is an interesting way of going about it. It really encourages full, going forward on, pushes, rather than having multiple lives traded throughout.
Well, really, it is going to be big based off on who picked it up last, but it's really on who survived. That's the main thing, because all you need to know is if you have the least points, it's depending on when you pop it as well, kinda, because when you pop it, if you got it, it's kind of a weird phenomenon to get over. That's the weird thing. It's weird to get overtime, but it is possible to get a comeback ready to go overtime, but you should be fine either way. But if you have solid defense, it really doesn't matter because you know you're strong on it. But that is really going to be just round 1. So we could be going on to round 2, which mostly the teams are setting up for. So, yeah. But as all the round 1 rounds are actually going to be killing off too. Yeah, round 2 is going to be starting off and it's going to be fun.
Will indeed. And we'll be able to check.
And while you're checking, I can say it off immediately. We're going to be seeing a level make a wedge for the Squids and Pajamas. It's kind of a funny meme that these dudes got matched up because literally, everyone is thinking about sleeping. It's like 8 p.m. EST. Some people
really
usually sleep. Yeah, some people sleep during these times. Talk to the
It is actively getting dark outside my window because of the time. Yeah.
Yeah, but talk about the boomers of Splatoon as well. Some certain people that we won't mention. The dads out there.
Their early bedtime.
Yeah, for real. That's so funny. That's a funny quote to say about that. But yeah, it's mostly better that we go up big. But literally, as we're going to be hopefully getting to the room soon enough as well, maybe we might be seeing this to see the map list and maybe to see the next team coming up and yap about that. Or we might be going on break. It's all on producer.
We were shown the link, so it seems like the map list is visible, although not yet to stream.
Well, it is possible because we're stuck in this camp right now, so they're going to see our beautiful faces for a little bit longer.
Oh, there it is.
Oh yeah, there it is. So most likely we are going to be on. We're going to be in the room then. And
Yeah.
how do you think about these maps?
I have a long history with Tower Control Inkblot on my team, as an old teammate of mine would claim that it was his best map, and I don't remember the last time we won Tower Control Inkblot with that team roster at the time.
Well, what about Rainmaker Humpback?
Rainmaker Humpback is always an interesting one. The unique geometry makes certain weapons thrive where they might not otherwise. And you can kind of see a similar Scorch Gorge situation with it, where that right checkpoint is just so much better and creates that massive choke. Although they do get that overlook to be able to hit people over the wall instead of Scorch Gorge's instead of Scorch Gorge requiring you to drop.
The Robert Clambers Museum.
Ham's Museum is an interesting one, as I think most of the game tends to happen in mid. As teams try to get the best setup they can to get that small little push, or sometimes big push, depending on how you go about it, up to the clam basket.
And that's really gonna be other maps on this round too, so that's cool. And really, now that's really funny as well. So, yeah. If you want to know something as well, for anyone watching, if you saw Panic Pool earlier today, Rainmaker Humpback was always a game 3. And Jesus Christ, am I annoyed on seeing this map going on forward. TC England was actually game 2 as well for Tower Control, but there was barely anyone who picked a Tower Control typinger, so literally, it's really funny that we see Rainmaker Humpback on game 2 finally, so we're going to be seeing more of the chaos. We saw earlier, well, compared to now, who knows? There might be a player who's actually sneaks on the left side, but really for right now, it will go be forced to get one, which is going to be Tower Control or Player Organic.
Really will, and I'm not familiar with either of these teams either, so I am completely new to their weapon choices. So that will also be a fun thing to see as we go in.
So basically on Squids and Pajamas, Manaphy, Luna, Polytruck, Rush, Tor versus Make-A-Wish, Alex, Ang, FM, Canny, Cabby, and Fennec. There was Skid Sir Skid was in the roster before, but he left unfortunately. So really undecided Make-A-Wish. I'm just saying straight up. Make-A-Wish is a div. Okay, this is a div 5. It's a div 4 team. Div 3 team even. 1111 Make-A-Wish is a div 3 / div 4 team. Squids Pajamas, they are the div 5 team. They have a recognizable players as Luna and Rush. And Manaphy if I remember as well. Because they actually was a part, well, I know for sure Luna was a part of Crimson Wave, who won Div 5, 2 seasons ago. Manaphy and Rush, I think they were in Div 6 era, but I think Rush as well was playing in the New York scene. So shout out to Red Dragon for there. But for Tor as well, I feel like they played together. So, yeah, that is going to be the advantage for these two. And soon enough, we're going to be going into the game.
Indeed, and as we start this Tower Control Inkblot, we can see our players aim cards and get our first look at these comps.
Yeah, I think I'm going to be seeing the comps. Oh, wait, I forgot. Luna's playing for hashi right now. Oh. And Squids Pajamas NV was Howling Color is going to be a sub of most of one of the players' names who changed their names off for the side of Squids Pajamas, who's going to be in the purple for 1111 Make-A-Wish. They're going to be in the green.
Indeed, and we're going to see some early kills on both sides with a pretty even game. But the map control, temporarily allowed green to, Squids and Pajamas to take the tower, but it's really going back and forth as we see it right now.
Yeah, this team Squids Pajamas is actually going to be taking off the tower really well. We're going to be seeing a little bit of a range difference here because we still for 1111 Make-A-Wish. They have the heads, they have the blaster, and they have the sword as well, so they have Zip Cassie and have a more accurate approach. But for side of Squids Pajamas, they have the Rapid Blaster deck go. And they have Rapid Blaster Pro deck go, actually I should even say. And they have the blaster, and they even have the dually, they have a sword. That's going to be 2 down though for them. So for 1111 Make-A-Wish, they're going to be able to go up ahead.
Indeed they will, and they are going to see some new challenges as the towers return to middle, and it's yet another fight for mid. But 3 go down on the side of Squids and Pajamas, making a very clear approach for 1111 Make-A-Wish.
Yeah, so talk about challenges. The challenges that we're going to be seeing for Squids Pajamas is actually just getting KO'd and coming back from that. Obviously for 11-11 McFirst, they don't really have a challenge at all. The challenge is trying to camp them out and actually staying on the bats. As we are seeing right now with the cooler coming out as well, we're going to be seeing them stay on the top of with the Vapor coming out as well. The Zip Catcher Palm Penduck as well, getting a double right there as well. It's going to be huge for the side of McFirst. But actually getting killed off by Hella Killer, but getting traded off as well for the header or the blaster from Alex actually. This might be going to a KO for McFirst.
It does look that way. Once you get here and the team gets a good presence on the bats for this area over here, it does become hard for much of a resistance to be made. And there we go, just like that, a knockout from the tower reaching the end of the line is achieved.
Yeah, and that's gonna be 11-11 Make-A-Wish with no sweat getting the first point and basically just getting security of the game.
Indeed. And as we saw, that was a very clean approach once they got past the back and forth of the middle. So it's interesting how that will be translated with a more fluid objective in Rainmaker on Humpback Pump Track.
Yeah, really though, on Rainmaker Humpback, the comp that 11-11 Make-A-Wish has, they're honestly really fine. The differences of what we need to see is going to be Squids and Pajamas. Because what they have is a pretty good comp, but they need to basically battle off the range. Because we saw the header, we saw the blaster playing together for 11-11 Make-A-Wish. That's actually just a huge range difference between Squids and Pajamas. And because of that, they weren't able to really go up ahead and just battle up ahead. So we need to find a way for Squids and Pajamas to be able to just counter that and just push it forward.
Indeed we do. And that counter will be interesting to see how they formulate because they'll have to choose something befitting of the map, as Rainmaker already has all of those variations, but Rainmaker Humpback especially is always an interesting one to see.
Basically, all you need to remember is you need to try to go for the right side, and then basically get the checkpoint there, and then go all the way to mid. But the main thing is you can go for the left side as well. If you think about that, and you try to cap it out, or you can try to go for a stick on the left side as well. I'm thinking kind of that Luna might play for that, but really, it's all up to them. And it's really all up to the Slayer on if they want to go that way.
Really is. We usually see people going right side, but I've definitely faced a fair few teams that go left and catch us by surprise, as that side sometimes can remain unguarded if the team is not careful.
Yeah, and we remember because of ledge farming, the blasters is going to be huge on this map. But it's going to be depending, as we're going to be again waiting on for people to get in the room and actually start the match. So hopefully they'll be ready soon enough. Maybe in a matter of like 2 seconds, 5 seconds, and we'll be ready to get it going. But again, we need to remember that if Squid Pajamas does win this, they are going to be moving on to a game 3, and that's going to be on clevermuseum.fuzz. And also, for my information, Rush played with Gravity, so actually this is going to be basically a Div 3 versus a Div 5 matchup. I just need to check a little bit quickly. But yeah, merely going into the comps, nothing really different for the side of Make-A-Wish, but for Squid Pajamas, we all could be seeing a ZF Sniper.
We will. We don't see that too often because of its strikes. But I believe that strikes can work very well as I played as my T-Tech. Is definitely one I like pushing, so we'll have to see how they adapt that to this map.
But also because of the matchup, we never really see it that much, but because of the more matchup coming up too, we are maybe going to see a little bit more, but that's going to be just a feature for 11-11 Make-A-Wish because of the space that Squid and Pajamas was giving them. And then because of that, the Zip Cats are coming out as well. The Zip Cats are trying to be known, but the Zuka coming into play as well. That's going to be a trade-off on trade. The Sniper that's going to go down, but it's going to be a sneak.
There will, and we can see many approaching. Ooh, an interesting push forward by the Rainmaker, and it eventually results in 3 of Make-A-Wish going down, as Squids and Pajamas is able to take most of middle and even paint some of the checkpoint.
Yeah, but and push it forward, holding up to 35 is going to be huge for them, and the rest of the team will make a rest. As we're seeing for Pajamas, again, this time it's going to be Make a Wish playing the more defensive part with one down. That's going to be over the Pajamas going to be falling back, but the Zuka coming in play as well, getting a whole knockout, basically getting a triple with that. And now for the side of Make a Wish, they're going to just be pushed forward no matter what.
Yep, and it looks like the V shot that we're targeting here is going to push this side and try to get an unsuspected flank, but shut down with the trade with the V shot on the other team.
But the thing to know is the sneak is just still going to be open for the side of Make a Wish if whoever wants to go for there. And I think the blaster might be going for there actually, if he wants to switch with them. But for otherwise, other than that, we're going to be seeing Squid Pajamas just playing the massive defense at much spot, but in the blaster is going to be going down.
Indeed, and we can see that here. Although we are seeing plenty of back and forths, as you can see, it usually is a 3-3 up on the life board. But Squids and Pajamas jumps the Rainmaker down away from their goal, and it is now back in Make-A-Wish's lead. Although they are going to be using this left path, which we don't see as often.
This is the sneak that I was thinking about, that I was talking about. Again, the sword was up here earlier, and they were still alive. Now they get killed off. They were up there for like 40 seconds or something. That's still fine for them. No, that's not Aang. Alex is actually going to be able to get a kill off, and now everyone's going to be jumping to Alex. But Kenny actually underneath the actual pedestal. That's mostly going to be KO for the side of Make a Wish and they are playing forward too, but Luna actually have to stop them. But the Waymaker still coming alive there.
Yep, with that attempted to push stop right here, which is an awkward spot to try to get the Rainmaker out of, because there's no real good spot you can go without being down one of two paths. We'll have to see what they do to get it out and see how they contest, how Make-A-Wish contests it, although it resets, so it's back to middle for anyone's game.
Yeah, but the main thing though for now for a little bit of a Make-A-Wish, what they did was actually just make the Rainmaker reset. No, Squid Pajamas made the Rainmaker reset because they wanted to get it out there. The good thing is they have everyone looking at it, but actually with a little bit of a Make-A-Wish getting a wipeout, kind of having a double on the Zuka, this might be going for a full KO, but everyone playing solid defense at the best. Well, Fennec is just staying there, playing alive, doing the ledge farming as they wanted to, but for the rest of the level of Make-A-Wish, they're still alive, but again, they're going to be falling back a little bit as there's going to be one person left.
Yep, and it seems as Make-A-Wish did that push, many went down, so it was hard to sustain as Squids and Pajamas managed to get their hands back on the Rainmaker and are taking threatening positions near that first checkpoint.
Yeah, but only 1 minute 15 seconds remaining with a score of 5. But with Squid Pajamas, they need to come for that checkpoint as well. But with Fennec here on the Zipcatcher again, but with 3 down on the side of Squid Pajamas as well, the Rainmaker will be blasted one alive, getting killed by Izuka, another wipeout on the side of Squid Pajamas. For Make-A-Wish, again, they just need to take hold of Rainmaker, that's it.
They really do, and with just 1 minute left, it looks like it's going to be one of the matches that end due to the sheer disparity of how far along Make-A-Wish is compared to Squids and Pajamas, as they would have to take 81 points just to be able to take lead.
Yeah, but for Axe and the rest of Make-A-Wish, we are just seeing them going straight for the KO. Them getting cut it off by Envy actually, but the Zipcatcher and Fennec is going to be trying to 1v1 rush, but Luna just painting the pedestal, trying to have everyone from Make-A-Wish just try not to do anything, but Aang actually going to be pulling off the movie back into mid and getting cut off in mid during a stall fest a little bit as well.
It'll be interesting to see as there are 15 seconds left on the clock and the Rainmaker's down here. They'll have to grab it now if they want too much of a chance of approaching. There's no one nearby, so it'll be a safe grab, but who can promise a safe journey as we see multiple people, even behind the camera, getting that kill and securing the game.
Yeah, but Lily, because the Rainmaker pub wasn't going to anyone's favor, we see that level of Make-A-Wish we're going to be going to the second point right off the bat.
Yep. That simple 2-0 marks the end of this other round as Make-A-Wish wins.
Yeah. And with that, that's going to be all your round 2 sets. We're also going to be finishing up what are going to be done. But a lot of results actually showing up, and it's going to be either going to game 2, going to game 3, or it's going to be 2-0s as well. As it's going to be the breakaway, as we're going on to round 3. And these final rounds are going to be crucial because it is going to be showing up on who wants to get into a right back or who wants to go into Hamhead Lantern, or even Lantern bracket, as we see right now as well. All of this to the group, you are seeing that Make a Wish right now is really going to be really strong going to Great White bracket, but they're going to be fighting C2 against Yellow Jackets.
Be interesting to see.
So we have round 3 ready.
I'm seeing it.
Yeah, we have round 3 ready.
Oh, like ready. Oh, incredible.
Yeah, we have it ready. And there's one thing about round 3 that I could say.
Oh?
AC. You might not know that much about anything, but these two teams, Axoltl and FreeFlow. Okay, I should clear this up. Whoever wins this goes to Great White, because now in the seeding, this is gonna be in your groups: seed 1 versus seed 2, versus seed 3 versus seed 4 in group stage. But when my producer, can you pick up the rosters when you can? Thank you. So, Axel Life, this Joshy, Elapie, Pinkie Pie, Puffle is bets. These is a pickup also I could be Joshy. This is not just Joshy from, you know, from before from Torrent. Going from the Cali, who's mostly going to be Pinkie Pie Puppy. They have been around for a long time before, but oh, FreeFlow. Small Bear is not a part of the roster. They'll sub, because we don't have Shins and we don't have Parks here. But JJ, Blue, and Kate or Jovan, that says on here, they are a part of the core of FreeFlow. And why do I know this? Because I'm literally the manager of FreeFlow. So,
Oh boy.
and I'm the OG member and captain as well of FreeFlow. So, I'm rooting for my boys here. Totally biased might be happening too. So, yep. That's immediately going on the bat, but Aldo actually is going to be an OG player too. So, this should be going to be a really close match. Should be. And I'm just saying immediately as well, FreeFlow should be Tier 3. So AC, yeah. Mostly going from you. Going from a blind matter of a player who doesn't know that much on the competitive scene, but mostly knowing from the CCA scene. What is your takes on the maplets, as if you could change it to that when, please? Thank you.
For the maps, we're definitely going to see Splat Zone's Mako, which is going to be a map very centered around control of those two stacks, as control of the enemy stack guarantees great positions on their pushes, and control of your own keeps a good spot to have a safe zone cap. Clam's Manta will surround something similar with a lot of safety from those, what are they, the bunkers. The bunkers are going to be a great spot, and as well as the mid, as much revolves around it, its access to the many routes to put a clam in.
And then ship-shaped cargo?
And then ship-shaped cargo, which is a... Oh my goodness, it feels wrong that it's not a more recent map. It still is in my head. In my heart, this map is still recent. But it is interesting to see tower control on it. Although that is a pretty normal mode for it, we are going to see the very unique path it takes going back and forth across the sides of the map.
Yeah, and also, hi Parks. I'm just trying to play in chat. But anyways, yeah, Splat Zones are making right. You said it before. Basically, it's going to be all to take control in a minute and take control on the bunker, or on the stack, on left to right, basically. All you need to remember right now, Elder, if I remember correctly, it's okay. For the roster of actual Lite, this is basically kind of accurate, but maybe the child version of Axel, because there was a team before called Axel. But, yeah, maybe they have like new players in here. Mostly Callie and Elder is the new players, but for side of FreeFlow. Oh, we know. Going from the comps, this is gonna be a whole different comp that FreeFlow is gonna be playing on, because they're gonna be practicing out, and they practiced out before with different comps before, and so we're almost gonna be saying, dually, sword, maybe something else pretty new.
We'll get to see that for sure here as the match begins.
Yeah, it's as we match begins. The Alpha team is going to be inside of FreeFlow, and for the side of Bobby, we are going to be seeing Axoltl, but we're immediately going to be seeing the Sword, Dually, Edit, and Slosher. While the side for Axoltl, we are going to be seeing the Brush, Blaster, Dual. That's a shot, and that's a Tri-Slosher.
It's interesting to see how many non-pencil cooler options are being picked. We're seeing lots of Hedits and even a Tri-Slosher Nouveau here as this game begins.
Yeah, the main thing is though, because this map is actually going to be Tri-Slosher heavy, because you can actually farm down and stack. Basically, it's Slosher heavy in general because you can get nearby stacked and left from there. That's what JJ and the Tri-Slosher on the side of actually think about. But for the side of the Lasso though, on actually, it's going to be crazy. I think I'm actually going to be shut off because Blue on Canvia full force getting a quad more or less.
Yes, Blue was being a challenging player as they were easily as the weapon was easily taking down many people, giving plenty of time for that initial push, but it comes to an end as Axolotl Lite is able to take the zone and some lives as they approach.
Yep, but we need to know about Callie. Callie, the bunch is going to be dancing around left and right, and all of a sudden Johnny gun for Steve, but kind of filling up at Albert here, just going in and getting actually an assist on a quad to get it, and actually light swapping in mid. People need to find a way to get out of there, but getting a trade off Callie, because they need to know that bunch is going to be a really annoying player to them. It's really good to take it off, but now since they're getting control of the stacks, you know that people is going to be having so much action to take control of the zone, but once it gets spent out there on the right side, they have control of mid, but because of the Zuka coming up from Elder, that's going to be a trade-off, and that's going to be bounty plus side.
Indeed, we're still actively seeing some incredible back and forths as both teams seem to completely cap zone before handing it to the other. Although with FreeFlow going down too, as I say, the Axolotl Light goes down too as well, so it seems this switching might continue.
Yeah, switching might be continuing back and forth. The actual stats gonna be a little bit cheap, but again, Blue popping off for the sword, getting multiple kills beforehand is so gonna be huge. But we're seeing with the Crab and the Zip Guns coming out as well, with the help of Kicks Eden behind them, it's gonna be huge. But JJ on the right side is gonna be helping Blue, punching up ahead forward, trying to go ahead and trying to go for multiple kills. JJ actually does get one, but trading off instead. The bunch is gonna go down inside the actual light, but from Callie, they need to find a way to punch back in. But Albert actually getting the blaster kill straight up on Blue. That's gonna be a little bit of a huge issue for Axoltl Light to come back in as they actually cap back in the zone.
It will be interesting to see for sure as we are seeing that zone flip causing a 50-point penalty, which will definitely at least buy some time. Although with 2 going down on the side of Axolotl Light, it does look like it's going to be in orange control for the next little bit.
Yes, speed flow control is going to be huge with the Slosher actually going to be able to get the tries right off from JJ, but Ursa actually going to be, well, Ursa is going to be getting a dueling soon enough, but going to be supporting Blue altogether with the Zip Guns and trying to push it forward. For the side of Actual Light, we're going to be seeing the Zuka coming out, but that's going to be huge wipes out for them as well, so we're going to be seeing for the rest of the team for Actual Light like Callie here, they're going to be pushing up way more forward and actually pushing up to the base, trying to stick them forward and actually trying to go for more kills.
And that is something that we will see because that wipeout was very decisive. As you can see, this stack is being heavily contested, and because of the Brush's presence, they're able to get almost a double. Actually, do get a double, and manage to pop their special, which is going to just continue their streak as this zone stays in their control.
Jesus, that was a triple, even a quad if you think about it too, as if it was a double kill on Blue actually. But because of that, we're going to be seeing the score as going to be resetting on the side actual Light. But the strikes are going to be coming off of JJ actually, and that's going to be crap down with Bear. And with that, because of the deaths from them actually, that's going to be the actual Light actually capitalizing the jump up with 1 alive on the side of actual Light. They're going to be jumping back.
Going into the last minute, it is going to be hard. So unless they manage to get a full force attack with that Zuka at the ready, and perhaps a tactical they're near, you're going to have a lot of trouble getting in.
Yeah, and right now, what are you going to be expecting?
Well, I'm going to be expecting that Zuka that I just saw, and although now that we're in point range for, oh my god, I can't even think, it's all happening so fast. It's swapping back and forth just like it was halfway through the match, but now there are 20 seconds left on the clock, so emotions must be running high. trying to find some way to get your foothold for the last seconds in order to get either overtime or concrete your win.
Yeah, we need to see from Alba, especially on the right side, but Alba actually nearby the zone as well. They need to try to capitalize the zone, but that's going to be actually capitalize the zone with only 3 seconds left on the clock. If they are able to hold the zone, that's going to be the first point. That is going to be the first point for Axoltl. They take the map on zones on make them work.
Indeed.
But the thing is, though, that's only zones. There is still 2 other modes. And we saw for both the teams, they are able to go aggro. That's the main thing, both teams are able to go aggro. For the side of Axoltl, they take a little bit of time. They need to wait for the bush to go up ahead. But for Clampets and Mega Mark though, the Clampets and Mandaria? Oh, yikes. Okay, so Clampets Mandaria. Callie is gonna love this. I'm just saying this straight up because any player who plays a bush on anything like Clamplets, they are gonna be zooming and booming and all around jumping. Moving, yes, moving, jumping. I was gonna say another word, but that's gonna be bad. The sweat counter is already up to 1, and you already took that sweat counter, so I'm not gonna say the other thing that I'm gonna say. So yeah, basically, what we're gonna be seeing for the side of Axoltl, they're gonna be basically focusing on the bush, waiting for them to go in and sneak behind, and going for the jump right there. Because remember, crack is not a thing anymore. You have to go all the way in and go all the way and swim. But for the side of FreeFlow though, on this side, it's more of a challenge base of what's the word? It's going to be based off control. You need to know how to control yourself to go on board and go in as a team. And basically with the side of FreeFlow, what they're going to be trying to do is going to go in with the specials, going in all together, going in with the cooler. They're going to try to push it all together. As going to be seeing from my secret information of seeing the comp change right up from FreeFlow. This should still be fine for them, but maybe they might need to be a little bit of a defense from a certain player or two, but again, since they're playing with a sub, that's going to be the difference.
It will always make a difference as a team coercion is always, that's probably the right word. Team cohesion even is always very important, and that could change with a sub, although a strong enough team can push through that either way, as we may be able to see. With Clamplets Manta especially, it does require a lot of team coordination with throwing the clams around, making sure that you get that ball and have enough of an economy in order to get those points that you so desperately need.
Yeah, and actually, as I'm seeing a little bit here, it's cool with it. The try-sorting for Splatoon is actually popping off the last match, so maybe we're going to be seeing again, Aldo was on the shot. The bush was going to be the bunch was going to be Callie as always, and on the side of Alba is going to be quite more on what they play last, and that's going to be the Blaster once again.
Blaster once again. Very, very similar teams, but I would like to point out this Cirilla Brilla making an appearance.
Okay, the JJ Classic. So basically, the Cirilla Brilla, what's going to be, it's going to be a natural bomb, and what's going to be, it's going to be Inkjet. If I remember the question correctly, because that's what JJ really likes to play. The Babe and for the rest of the team to play an aggro approach. Basically gonna be capping up on the basket as well. So that's gonna be really a good for the side of people. And that's gonna be scary counter for the Bush because you need to play a solid defense on it. And on the air it's gonna be a little bit itchy, but the Bush still gonna be going off really hard, getting a double there on FreeFlow.
It is an interesting double to see, as well as the Brush already has 6 clams. Clam economy for Axolotl Lite is running high, while most of the clams on the other team are stacked on the head of FreeFlow.
Well, Clam class be damned. They're going to be seeing on the side of FreeFlow. Kate's are going to get a kill off on the side of the Butt, but for the side of Albert, for the side of Spence, for the side of Elder, they're going to be killed off. Albert getting a trade off Kate, so there's going to be no cooler for the side of FreeFlow right now. But Spence on the tri-star getting actually killed off by Yoso Bear, and that's going to be a huge kill for FreeFlow actually to push it ahead.
And as we see this Inkjet ending, it clearly made quite an impact as it was able to put a path forward and clear out a few enemies, allowing for the first score of the game, as this Stamper takes a threatening position but loses it as 3 go down on the side of FreeFlow after that score.
It's unfortunate, but still really good stuff for 80, but at least one star coming in, but that's not going to be the best what the people can do because you can get another polygon coming again. But for the side, actually, like, they have a pinning clamp now. All they need to do is try to find a way to get back in, and they will be able to score maybe 2 points, but they need to get a bit of special try-stars right now, going to be a bunker. But how are they going to do it? They're going to be trying to wait on special, like JJ's Inkjet are going to be coming up soon, but also the lead from Yosa Bear, but the header is going to be going down. That's going to be Tate's Cool, going to be no more, but the baby is actually going to be up because Alpha pushed up ahead, and Bear's going to be trying to do a solid defense against Elder, and even for the rest of the team, Axoltl.
Indeed, and it seems like there's a yellow clam right near the basket. Nope, I've entirely mixed up which side of the map we're on. Okay, well, that yellow clam does proceed, and this new crab comes out to try to get some picks and take middle. Hopefully that'll amount to something able to push off and get some crabs from the goal, but it doesn't seem like it is 2 go down, 3 go down on the side of FreeFlow as they approach the basket yet again.
Alpha is going to be doing a lot of picks on stats right now, and JJ is going to be taken down by Alpha once again. The stats, the whole thing of Bunker stats is just a blaster, just doing a lot of work, but again, Cali's pets and the rest of the team, like Elder on the side of Axoltl, just going to be keep going. They have so much time to pay. Blue gameplay is going to be coming up right now with the help of JJ and the rest of the Yoto Bear, getting basically a nice, clean little sweep. Little wipeout is only going to be on their side. That's going to be called delayed. But anyways, we're going to be seeing a lot of spits coming on. As going to be trying to beat on mid. They still have 2 minutes. So there's still going to be a lot of opportunity for side of people to come back. Or for Albert and just the rest of the team after like again, Cali and Sped just to push up ahead and just get a lot of in the mid.
Indeed, and it seems like this Stamper is giving them the perfect avenue to do so, being a constant threat to the point that the enemies can entirely reposition to deal with them. And this crab over here has helped them get all the way to their basket, which opens up for the Stamper to be able to get some picks and for some points to be able to score as FreeFlow takes the lead.
Yeah, it just took a amount of time to get an actual punch right there, and that actually was actually what that we needed for the side of FreeFlow. But 1 minute 20 seconds left on the clock, Axoltl has a lot of control in mid, so they can do once again try to go for the right side or just wait for Albert to get a multiple kills on the spot, and maybe Sped going in for a little bit. I was thinking Barry not able to get the kill, but mostly just staying off to mid. As it's going to be actually a really good defense on the side of FreeFlow, actually killing off Bear, but getting a kill off Elder as well for the side of Axoltl. That's not going to be that good, but Blue here can get trade off on Cali, and that's going to be a sneaky little score for Cali getting in it with a jump as well. That's not going to be pity jump though, so that's going to be no clams. It's just going to be solid defense. But Albert trying to go in for a pity jump maybe, but it's not going to, there's no one there.
No one there, no one able to follow it up, which cements the points here. With only 40 seconds left on the clock, FreeFlow seems to be planning a counterattack of their own as they have a big clam at the ready and are slowly but surely taking some space. But the headache goes down on Greats, so we'll have to see how that translates the rest of this game.
That K going down is not going to be really good. I mean, so let me see that Blue getting killed off by a random Zukacha is going to be wild. But with FIFA having 50 seconds on the clock, and one more clan that's needed actually, they need to find a way to defend. JJ needs to be playing super defense. Albert is going to be killed off by a burst bomb, and that's not going to be a lead for Axoltl because they had no extra clam. 3 seconds left on the clock. Both clans have a pity, both teams have a pity. It's going to go on stalemate until the next team scores. And if Axoltl does score, that's going to be their win. But if people score, that's going to be their win as well.
However, FreeFlow's defense just seems too strong unless this push literally right now succeeds. But ooh, with this brush is moving, but not quite.
Speds?
It's looking like a win for FreeFlow for this specific game.
I can tell for right now, people was on the edge of their seats trying to figure out what to do now. They were just being hard counted by the bus, hard counted by the blaster. They were getting on their heels right there. But with that game on the way, they know they can keep on going. As we're going to be moving on to game 3, and that's going to be Tokyo Chip Chicago. And on this map, hope to God Blue plays on the blaster. Because I'm saying this straight up as a man himself who kind of knows them. For real, Blue should be playing the blaster, because for Axoltl, them playing the blaster, them playing a really strong blaster with Cali as well. Actually, like them playing up together, they are a scary combo, and FreeFlow needs to find a way to cut them out. And with the blaster chain from Stanford for Blue, that's gonna be the best thing they could do.
And this is also our first game 3 so far, so it seems to be it's going to be quite the tense round, unlike what we've seen before with quick 2-0s. We'll have to see how that affects the gameplay as we dive in, because it will indeed be quite the spectacle, I'm sure.
Yeah, for sure. And also you need to mention about Speds on the Tri-Saucer develop, playing the aggro Tri-Saucer with the cooler. Basically playing more for more aggressive than cooler was actually helping the team a lot pushing forward, but Elder, what they did so much was getting the Zuka, like they were the shot player. They were getting random Zuka kills, and it was really the luckiest Zuka kill that they got, because getting that one kill on blue was able to just have them go more aggro. But literally because of this right now, going 1-1 going to game 3, how are we going to be seeing the difference with FreeFlow actually following up with the momentum value as late, because it's going to be Talgan. Joel. Jesus Christ.
Indeed, that momentum you mentioned could be a very true thing. Teams can definitely have a much better shot when they feel like they can win after just taking that game. But Tower Control is a new mode, and we're going to be able to see new weapon interactions and combos with this round.
Yeah, and with the interaction comment that we're gonna be trading off, other than Twitch chat being silly little goobers, we're gonna be seeing game 3. Finally, once and for all, River Winders is gonna be moving on to the Great Whitebacker. The second is gonna be going on to Hamhead, and Goose has fed online to Splatoon 3. Shouts to Goose, who's on Superman's fetch list. And we're gonna be not seeing DCs because the dungeon will be the best. On the tier, we're gonna be seeing FreeFlow. Nobody unchanged other than the Slosher Machine Neo and the Blaster from Blue. And also on Axoltl, we're gonna be seeing the Slosher Machine regular on the side of Spencer, so the Tri-Slosher. No cooler on the side of Axoltl.
No cooler indeed. That's always an interesting choice in our current meta, as that gives up a very valuable quick respawn and special save. So they may have a harder time building their specials for counterattacks if they ever need to form them. But with 3 down on the side of Axolotl, I'm looking at the wrong side.
It is
3 down on Axolotl Lite already. It is going to be hard for them to get back.
Again, on the side, actually, we need to see them playing conservative because they don't have no cooler. They need to play mostly more aggressive and more staying alive to see if they're going to play alive and play ahead heavy. But that's going to be difficult for Cali because they are going to be playing on the bus. And you know how much the budget want to go ahead unless they're going to play defensive on the tower, which they are looking like to do right now, and which is going to be having them slow down a little bit. But for the side of FIFA right now, with the Slot Machine going down from JJ actually with no Zuka, and now no Blaster from Blue, there's going to be a little bit issue with Yosef here. We're gonna be stuck alone getting multi-kill up by Cali Bear, maybe getting up in triple or quad.
It does end up as quite the kill streak, but it ends eventually, and we see as members of FreeFlow start going down with a slight numbers advantage, actually a pretty major numbers advantage.
Oh yes, Speds on the Slot Machine needs having that major number advantage that you said before, with the Booyah Bomb coming as well, and the Fizzy Bomb getting killed as well. This might be actually like just going straight for a 2-1.
Does seem like it. That incredible cutoff there. It's a 1v1 between these Great Blasters. And Axolotl Lights wins and rides that tower the last few bits needed to get that knockout.
That knockout because of a Blaster 1v1 because everyone getting cut by a bomb. It's really unfortunate. And that's gonna be for Axoltl. They're gonna be moving on to Grey Fight, winning because FreeFlow 2-1.
Indeed, it's insane to see such close games before, and then such a clean sail all the way to the enemy goal.
Yep, it's unfortunate, but honestly, again, these two teams are pretty close to seeing together. It was C22 versus C19, so we already know it was going to be this close, but literally, because of that, we are going to be seeing again Axolotl like moving on to the Grey White Bag. Well, FreeFlow has Hammerhead, but again, they most likely should still be playing because there's still going to be results either way. But the main thing is though for Axolotl, they're going to be moving on to Alpha Bracket, to the Grey White Bracket, again showing the strongness. Maybe fighting against a really strong team in round 1 as well. Who is it going to be? Who knows?
Who knows indeed. And
it's a great trick of its own supremacy. It's against Vapor's team. So yeah, that's gonna be happening, and that's gonna be pretty funny. But yeah, other than that, part you lost 11K. Congrats, congrats, you lost 11K. AC, do you have anything else that you need to say about the last match?
I think I'm still just blown away by how we went from talking about how the cooler list might give them a hard time regrouping and re-pushing, but then it quickly turns into one solid big push right to the goal. It's honestly impressive, as you don't see that too often with the almost necessity of cooler in the current meta.
It's mostly about playing against life and playing against life, but it's playing against the weapons that you know how to play aggro. We saw for FreeFlow they had the range comp. They had the blast, they had the slot machine, they had headed, and they had the dual leads. I'm just saying that was a questionable comp for FreeFlow because the head, like, I know they've been cooking with that, but the thing is though, is depending on when they want to do it, because they were kind of low on bombs. Maybe they could have been for Zap and play forward to go for more bomb kills, but literally for then, it was really questionable for them. But for the side of, for the side of Jesus, Axoltl Lite, and mostly, if I remember correctly though, again, there was a team called Axoltl before, and they were up in the divs. They were like in Div 2, Div 1. So that's basically in the face of competition, showing what we're going to be seeing in the Lulu scenes coming up as well. So yeah, GG's go next.
Yeah, incredible to see indeed. And you mentioned that difference of bombs, and I did notice, thinking back to it, that 3 of the members of Axolotl Lite in that final game had suction bombs, which are very commanding on space, especially on this tower-heavy, ledge-heavy map of ship shape.
Yeah,
So
definitely
that
time control as
definitely,
well.
yeah, that made some very good setups, most likely, that allowed them to be able to continue keeping themselves on the tower and keeping their opponents off, as you don't want to get onto a tower with a suction bomb on it.
Yeah, but with that happening, really, that's gonna be for the fastest actual line. Again, you need to remember where you need to do bombs. Basically, you need to play tower control and just throw bombs on the tower, and a weird range of map as well. That's where you need to figure that out. But literally, that's gonna be it for your group stage of SOS 149, just 21 to 169, and that's gonna be it for the first half. So we're gonna be moving on to the second half. We're gonna be back with round 1 of Great White.
Indeed.
Hey, hey, everyone! Welcome back to SOS 140 number 149. But beforehand, we should say something, and what we should say is about the ads. So, as we're going to be seeing right now, as you see scrolling through everything of the board right now, you're going to be seeing about Neon Rail 8 coming on Friday, May 24th. It's going to be a mid-level tournament, which is going to be a double elimination. Basically on Friday night, that's going to be at 8. That's going to be at 8 p.m. EST. Before though, it was on Mondays, but now we moved it to Fridays. So remember to grab the Neon Rail Bowl and get some action on there. It's going to be one of the big fighting night events I can't wait for. And for coming up as well, it's going to be next one. It's going to be H-Town, Splash Town, Houston, Texas. It's going to be the Splatoon 3 local in Houston, Texas. Line up your Squid Squad and come out to the Games Guy at Alma Mall on May 28th and be someone who's going to go to Splatoon. As said in the quotes, but mostly if you miss about LDC, go in and come to H-Town Splash Town. It's going to be your basically replications of LDC. But then otherwise you have, the big name thing you already know about, Flutie, though. It's going to be coming up this Saturday on May 25th. It's going to be, registration is going to be close to Friday at 4 p.m. PST. Flutie is going to be a speed run of Flutie. It's going to be helping for your seating, just like everyone's doing here for SOS. It's going to be helping with your seating. It's going to be a fun time. Remember to sign up for Flutie as well. Season 15 is going to be coming up in a matter of 2 weeks. Signups ends this month. Other than that, Flutie is going to be running on chip by Dapper Productions, if I recall correctly. Unless we have no streamer. Anyways, that should be everything. Am I missing something, AC?
I believe that was everything that cycled through the screen, so sounds like it.
Okay, thank God I'm out of breath. Okay, so anyways, now we can go back to our actual competition, to our actual match. We are going to be going into SOS 149, our first round. Lego loxnite for strawberry soda. If Sendo can be good at things, because there's gonna be a little bit of comeback issues from Sendo that we can see from our lovely TOs and lovely producer.
Popping off.
Wait.
Someone I actually recognize is on screen.
Wait, who do you recognize?
I recognize Stellar from Strawberry Soda.
Oh, who do you know about them?
I believe they used to coach a team my team used to scrim. That's most of my knowledge.
Oh, nice. Well, for Lego loxnite, if you know about the team of Lego Fortnite being a pickup team, this is them. They might be playing for Ludi. I remember quickly, I don't remember 100%, but yeah, nope, that is gonna be Lego Fortnite, but loxnite because they have locks in there, so that's why it's not Lego Fortnite. But Lucian though. If this is the Lutes I'm thinking about, it could be the Knowledge / Heavy player. They were really good player back then. I actually played with them in the past, so we're nice to see them come back in. But for Strawberry Soda, I think I saw Grant, whatever their name is, Multi-Grant, Duck, and Nisha before. Mostly Nisha. So, yeah. It's gonna be quite small and interesting way we're gonna be seeing for the first round, but it's gonna be as well seeds 16 and 17 of this actual tournament playing off against each other.
Indeed. And is it still 3 games? I see 3 games
It's
in the middle.
It's still gonna be 3 games. Yes, it will be. It will be a best of 3 because going forward the next round onwards, it's gonna be best of 5.
Alright, good to see. Sounds like we'll be ramping up pretty soon then, once we're through with Lego loxnite versus Strawberry Soda here.
Yeah, this is gonna be a lesson to commentate, but we need to see the maps though. And we need to do that really quickly, so you might see like a little bit of a flash of a map before we go into the room. It's gonna be Splatoon, Mako, Waymaker Scorch, Tower Control on Hagafish Market. Oh my gosh, just a really good map list. It's really equal map list actually to play against on this little funny group of a tournament set of loxnite and Strawberry Soda.
First 2 we've seen already so far, and the third one's entirely new, so I guess we'll see which ones we get to watch.
That is the first time that we saw it before, but how many times we saw it last week? Or may I say, 2 weeks ago. Oh my god. It's a good thing that we seeing Game 3 this time. It's a good thing we're seeing Game 3 this time. Not now. And not so many times per game as Game 2. It's basically your... If you think about a starter pack of maps for Splatoon 3, these will be one of those that you think about. But as we're going to go into the maps, we're going to be seeing Lego loxnite actually going to be in the alpha team, and for the alpha team is going to be strawberry soda in the blue. Lego loxnite is going to be in the yellow.
Indeed, and they're going to have one member painting on the side that V shot, looking for that Zuka, as the others approach mid to try to contest that zone early. It's really back and forth, though. I feel like yellow might be making it, as they are one member down on strawberry soda. 2 members now.
Yeah, 2 down on the side of strawberry soda. Now it's gonna be 2 again down on the side of strawberry soda. But Lego loxnite right now, they're gonna be coming up ahead. Right now, with 4 people above, we're going to be seeing Stella right here trying to pay with the zap to try to go for any goal and just play for more defense. But the side of Lego loxnite, we need to know it's about the Tether. We need to know it's about the edit. We need to know it's about the Squeezer. They have so much range and so much battle against each other. It's gonna be really huge for them to push up.
Indeed, indeed. And we're gonna watch as most of the people on the team, yeah, it looks like most of Strawberry Soda is pushing into the zone at once. We'll have to see if that amounts to anything. But these Zukas are definitely smacking them back down, making it difficult to get forward. This cooler could be what they need, though, if we survive this duelies, which we do. They are 2 down, and Strawberry Soda has a cooler. This looks very promising for a zone retake.
Very hard for Jordan Dick indeed, as they do with actually for Lego loxnite right now. They are going to be trying to stay hold, trying the best about to do anything possible to come back in, which they actually do to come back in with the help of the Squeezer coming and score. But as Solution is going to be on the main cam right now, we're going to be seeing them try to get battle against Guan, the lesser team, as he's going to be taking to the base, but going down against Nisha and Guan together. But that's going to be a really good defense from Lox.
Indeed, indeed, that Squeezer is going to be very hard to play against, as if you get a lot of places on this map are in line of sight of somebody who goes onto the stack. So if that Squeezer can get up there, they can shoot down a lot of attempts. Although not too many attempts are being made, with Strawberry Soda being 2 down and constantly going down as more respawn, creating a desync of sorts.
Yeah, and these are so indeed with 2 down on either side, but with 1 down up on the side of showing 3 down on the side like loxnite right now. We just need to see stall hold, and they don't because they died, and because they died, the zone is going to be paying, and Guan, the rest of the team is going to be put on forward.
Indeed they are, and this powerful Zuka is going to take out 1, almost 2, leaving that other one weak and unwilling to approach as they get some very good points, as Lego loxnite is now 2 down, trying to get back at this. They have a Zuka ready, but only time will tell how much that'll help.
Yeah, how much time it will help indeed. I'm going to be seeing right now from the Blaster to try the best, and the Squid is going to be coming out in mid. We're going to be seeing a multiple solution, just try to avoid the Squid or try to do anything as possible to just play all the way back in it as they don't going to jump back, and basically 31 points and a weep side coming in as well. That's going to be Lego loxnite actually going to be able to capitalize the zone, and almost going to kill, but actually going to kill because all of them getting cut double, getting a kill on this show.
Indeed, a 2-for-1 trade there with some good quick respawn does guarantee that Lego loxnite's going to have some good zone control. It's going to be difficult to see if Strawberry Soda can get back to them before they exhaust this penalty and almost win the match.
Almost wins the match indeed, and we have going to be 11 penalty points left. The headed and the side is going to be still alive, but the Strawberry Soda team is going to be coming back with a screen and even more pain as they're going to be coming back in. It's going to be a back and forth match, but mostly Strawberries are on a backboard right now. They need to try and fire mid and control and come back in.
They do indeed, but I noticed a cooler being popped by the headed, which could be just what they need. So as they all approach from left, it's going to be interesting to see what they can do if they use any specials, especially now that they have 2 ready, to see this approach and try to retake zone.
Yeah, but with 3 spots coming up by the side of Lego loxnite and 2 going down, 3 going down together. All spots are going to be locked out of Lego loxnite, but 2 going down instead because we see the Squeezer. And I think that was the blast on Strawberry Soda, I think getting double right there. But literally because of that, Lego loxnite is going to be coming back with scoring, coming back with penalty points. Most going to be scoring in the back for 43 more seconds. If they are able to score it for 50 more penalty points though, and get the 2 regular points down, they do win the match.
They do indeed. With only 5 penalty points left and the specials being exhausted, it seems likely. But 2 members of LEGO Loxnite have gone down, so unless the Squeezer gets his paint back quick, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, it's not going to happen indeed. I'm going to see for Strawberry Soda. Nisha here is going to be going up on the top left. We're going to be seeing 18 seconds of the clock. We all going to be going to overtime, by the way. Strawberry Soda is going to be keeping this whole, but because we are waiting for that weave side on side LEGO Loxnite, her head is going to come back. All the buttons are going to be coming back as well. This might be going back to Strawberry Soda if anything does happen though. But we hear the weave side coming to play, and that's going to be a recap, and that's going to be it.
A good wipeout to cap it off, and the timer ending just as it switches back over. It's a very quick, unsuspected turn into a LEGO Loxnite victory.
Yeah, it's gonna be a LEGO Loxnite W at the man of a clutch moment. As we're gonna be seeing them moving on to round 2. Match 2, which is gonna be a Rainmaker map, and that Rainmaker map is gonna be on Scorch Gorge.
I just had to take a quick drink of water, and indeed, it will be Rainmaker Scorched Gorge. As Rainmaker, as I believe we've seen this tournament already, correct?
Did? Yeah, we did.
Quite sure we did on stream, and a lot was discussed there with, I believe, a mini Splatling hammer. The importance of that right choke, as that right checkpoint is just usually so much better unless you happen to have that situational run speed.
Oh,
It'll
yeah.
be interesting to see how they handle this own set of obstacles with their own teams.
And how we're going to be seeing that is, who knows. Mostly we're going to be seeing Squeezer coming back with, you know, the screen on the side of Strawberry Soda. That basically helped them out so much, but for LEGO Loxnite, they don't really care about that. All they need to know is they can play aggro. If they keep on playing the aggro, keep on going forward, all they need to do on that, just keep that pushing forward, kill off the check, and kill past the pillow. They know they can win by fast. As we're going to be going back in, they have the range effect with the Rapid Blaster Pro Deco on both sides.
On both sides. I feel like I've been seeing this a lot more recently. We saw it earlier in this tournament, and I saw it in another one I was looking at before this. It's interesting to see as I feel like Headit and Rapid Pro Deco are just really taking over for some reason.
You know what it is, why? It's a range of range action because the Blaster is having an uprising too, because of certain players. That's why it's coming back and why it's showing you so good, because of the meta shift and because of the update patches happening. As we see immediately, LEGO Loxnite is going to be able to get the first cap.
Indeed, we're going to get that zone easily, though this screen is going to pose an issue as it will be hard to work with. And and Strawberry Soda is able to set up behind it, but that reslider threatens, but does not go through. Just those few extra points from that Rainmaker Squid roll, but it looks like we're going to have a Strawberry Soda comeback, taking mid.
Yeah, we won't be seeing Strawberry Soda comeback coming into play as they're going to be jumping back into mid. This Nisha screen is going to be killed off by a bomb actually from start, and because of that, we're going to be seeing for Strawberry Soda maybe get that checkpoint if the Blaster is able to do anything about it.
Indeed, and with that quick Zuka being able to put a few people down, even desync a few if they rush back in, it's going to be interesting to see how they reformulate back up here, as this Ghoulies aims to get a few picks to clear the way for this Rainmaker.
Yeah, type of clearing away, we're going to be seeing the beef side coming close. If the Rainmaker is going to be coming back on top, but the spam armor is going to be a little bit issue to that. But the beef side is going to be coming up, getting no one because it's going to get stuck in the corner. But actually, they do, because that's going to be a delayed double because of the Nintendo guy not but because of that, we're going to be seeing Stuck getting past the pillow and going all the way forward to 26. That is going to be a good score for the side of LEGO Loxnite.
26 left is definitely a great one. It's going to be hard to match with such a defensive, or a defense capable even. They've been very aggressive this round, but I think even if they were knocked all the way back, they wouldn't have too hard of a problem meeting the other team in the middle and stopping this. Though Grant here is doing a very good job at taking some lives and being able to secure their own area, their own plat and everything, and even going into mid.
Yeah, and even going to mid is going to be huge, but the mimic is going to be reset because Strawberry Soda knows what they need to do. Just need to come back and just get everything going to play. Either going to be seeing the push up with the screen as well from Strawberry Soda. They're going to be trying to push up ahead. We're going to be seeing Illusion here trying to go in for a sneak, or anyone actually trying to go for a sneak for long launcher, trying to go for a mimic. But because it delayed a little bit, it's going for a reset, and now we're going to see the pressure forward from mid with 3 down on side of Strawberry Soda.
Indeed, it seems Strawberry Soda's having to wait for Rainmaker reset gave Lego loxnite just enough time to be able to set up mid just right for their approach. Though with 2 down on their side, that might change very soon.
Yeah, it might change even soon. They're going to be seeing 1 down inside like lockdown. That's going to be actually the cooler for them. But for side Strawberry Soda, that's going to be the screen for them. So that's going to be different change of aggression with the Tetra going down for the side of the shop, and now there's going to be 2 going down to the blaster actually, and that's going to be 1 minute 47 seconds left in the clock for Lego locknite to stall.
Indeed, and this lone foil squeezer has to back up even when confronted with a Zuka. They shut it down quickly though, and they pop their screen, hopefully keeping the enemy away long enough for them to recuperate and have their teammates get the specials needed to push forward with these kills.
Yeah, and push it forward because for sure as Nisha here is going to be killing off and maybe mostly getting a double from that. But the Zuka's going to be ready from ground, and actually the Nisha Rapid Blaster Deco is going to be going to play as a killer whale. It's going to be coming out, and because of that coming out, the Mimic is going to be popping around here. It's going to get double with the Zuka, getting triple with the Zuka, but getting stick from behind. Mostly going to be killing off a checkpoint shooting up as Illusion is going to be jumping back.
Indeed, that jump back was crucial as it conserves a bit of that reef slider that will undoubtedly come out soon to start a push back. And there it is. It's going to start their way to keep the people from putting Rainmaker and leading into a wipeout with the aftermath. Hopefully they will be able to clean up mid and go forward from here to try to cement their 26-point lead.
Yeah, even though they're going to chip a bunch forward with Kilbert coming in play for the side of Lego loxnite right now. Illusion going to try to go in for a double, but no, because of the defensive job is so that they just didn't kill off the Rainmaker, and because of that, they're going to need to get victory right there, but because of Ryan getting kill off on the edit, that's going to be no cool for them, but the Rainmaker is still going to be alive. How are they going to kill off the Rainmaker if God's still waiting for the sneak?
I can't quite see the tick timer, but it looks like it's just enough time for them to be able to stand here safely and secure the win without having to move forward. And it looks like that's exactly their plan, but they go down at the last second. If Strawberry Soda can pull something insane here, they can attempt to start in overtime, but it doesn't quite look it unless this Rapid Pro Deco gets going with this super jump. And sure enough, they do. Unless they are struck down here, it is looking very promising as Lego loxnite begins to throw themselves at the Rainmaker, losing a lot of people in the process, making it so that a comeback is very possible. But that Zuka seems to just be a kill, unless they just hold on. Some healing will need to be quick, but no. They get shot down and unfortunately lose, giving Lego loxnite a second win.
Lego loxnite is going to be taking victory and moving on to Battle Seed 1 after this 2-0 sweep against Strawberry Soda. And that match is going to be pretty good because Rashi is gay, aka Flop Nation, is going to be the big next contender on who is going to be battling next. But everyone else in the side of Great White Bracket, they're going to be going on to see interesting competition as we're going to be moving up and moving forward.
Indeed.
But yeah, no, you want to know something?
I was about to talk about how we don't get to see our third stage Hagglefish Market quite yet, or at least not the tower control rendition, as the set ended in a 2-0. Hopefully we see some more of this variety as the games start to transition into best of 5 rather than our best of 3 that we have had so far.
Oh indeed, yeah, we're going to be seeing more competition, more chance to do a best of 5 as we're going to be moving on to the new round, which though is going to be round 3s. Round 2 is still going to be best of 3 because that's going to be the second people groups who had a bye is going to be playing up for a second set, but here we are. That's going to be it for us. And this is mostly going to be the last Cat Made May, most likely, because remember, next week, it's going to be the last week of May. So that's going to be no more Cat Made May. So, AC.
Hello.
Since this is your first time here, maybe your last time, who knows? That's the rest are gonna be always open for comms and maybe low ink, you know. You can do that whenever. Welcome to the family of IPL commentary. Where can we find you, if anything?
Mostly on Twitter. I complain a lot there if you want to see someone who's very mad about their favorite game. You'll see me on Twitch occasionally whenever I finally get around to it. What?
So that's why. Okay, so that's AAH, Animal Crossing New Horizons.
Yes, that is Animal
Oh.
Crossing New Horizons. Because I go by that AC Kid on the Switch, I do get a lot of people asking if it's about an air conditioner. It's not. Nope, that is ACNH Kid, that Animal Crossing New Horizons kid, because 11-year-old me was popping off about that game.
Makes sense.
But thank you for having me on. Incredible experience here. One of my first times commentating ever, and it was a great one. I do hope to be on in the future. My team is notoriously bad at showing up to SOS, so who knows, I might be here again. So
Might be
we'll see
playing.
how that turns out.
Yeah, and yeah, for me, I don't know. I'll be around. Join 51 on Twitter. Yeah, down there. Brownie Chill here. You know, shout out to Brownie. Okay, shout out to Brownie. I am a Dabble Productions streamer, so you're gonna be seeing me on Dabble Productions. AC Animal Crossing has a squid, so that's cool. So shout out to Splatoon 2. But yeah, you can find me on. I had to do that bad. So join 51 on Twitter. Join 2 on Twitch if I ever stream ever again. But yeah, you can find me on Dapper Productions doing streams. Comment over here. Maybe Dappers as well. You can find me streaming on September Pod Creative as well. And also the CCA season coming up soon as well. And also, Ludi Tonight. That's going to be coming up soon with the Ludi season. Shout outs to that and be sure to watch that as well. And also, yeah, that's what I do. But everything's going to be done. Cat made, Joanne's out. Specnia, if you know what I mean about that. I'm out. Cat made May is done for us. The lore is over. You're going to be seeing Nikki and Vapor coming up next. Bye.
Bye.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Swim or Sink 149. Mike with Nick. Hey, bring you over from CA. We're here with IPL Swimmer Sink. Let's get ready for Top Cut.
Yes, of course, some exciting matches coming up. Yeah.
I mean, definitely some exciting matchups. This is the best breed round 2 of our great bracket. We're going to start off with the Criminals versus Lite. Don't really reckon. Actually, there's a one person on these rosters. I recognize either don't remember what they play, but I just recognize the name on the roster. We're going to be starting Plamblet on a Crab Capital. But hey, let's see what ends up happening. What do you expect going into what do you expect going into this first matchup?
Well, I mean, Crab Leg on Clams, it's a fairly popular map mode, fairly standard. You see this played in a lot of competitive settings, and it's really one that's taken, like, it's popular for a reason. A lot of good ways to, oh, excuse me, we're playing Barnacle, not Crab Leg.
Rambless, Barnacle, and Dime? Okay. Hey, I'm up for this either way. So, no matter what happens with the map, I'm up for it.
Let's see what both of these teams are bringing out.
The thin ink alley ladder shot of one side, and word that we're canceling this match, so it does seem like this is a wrong here.
Figured as much. I mean, I would have been concerned if the map list was incorrect there. Happens all the time, nothing to worry about. But yeah, I guess while we have a bit more time to talk about the map mode we're supposed to be playing, Crab Leg Clams, it's a fairly popular one, probably because there's a lot of different ways for teams to approach the basket. You have that main approach from ramp in mid, you have that flank from the left side going off the box, and then there's that path way off to the side going up in the top right and across the grates, which is a really powerful position to take. Problem is, it's super difficult to get in there, because being on grates, you know, it's fairly difficult to hold that position for long. You can't, your mobility is a lot more limiting there, because you can't swim on grates. So, like, teams, they really want to try to get up into that powerful top right position, but it's really difficult to do so. So, I mean, there's a lot of different strategies teams can pull out here. What we saw in that first false game, when we pulled out the wrong map mode, gave us a bit of an indication of what comps these teams might be playing. What strategies they go for, we're going to have to wait and see. But either way, like Crab Leg Clams, it's one that I think is really exciting to watch. It could also stall pretty hard. The clam spawns in this map are infamous for being fairly uncooperative. A lot of clams actually spawn off in the side pits and also close to the basket, and very few clams actually spawn in mid. But anyways, I'm just rambling. Let's hop into this first game with the comps we're seeing.
Yeah, brush on both sides, given different brushes. Range blaster on both sides as well. So some sort of mirrored their shots. Biggest difference is that ink brush versus the pen for the start off with playing this pit as you're noting, a lot of clams spawn over, especially on the sides. So it's going to be very important to take the side control. Either is going to go in to find the pick onto that blaster. Zuka out. That is numbers advantage here as they try to make a push 3 members down.
Yeah, that was a beautiful shot from the shot there, hitting them. I couldn't even tell who it was, but I mean, got 2 down there, clearing up a lot of space for their team to push up, get right in front of the ramp. Booyah out on line as well. They're going to go down, but that Booyah's going to clear out a lot of space on the flat. The Brush is trying to go in for a quick dunk. They're going to make the basket, although if the last one kind of stuck in mid with no clams, it's likely that they're not going to get a follow-up here. You're not going to complain of getting 1 ball in, you know, a free 20 points, not the end of, like, that's obviously better than nothing. However, that's obviously not ideal. You're always kind of hoping for at least a little bit of a follow-up on these Clamblitz games, right? Because when you just get the 1 ball in, you're getting 20 points, but you're also feeding the enemy team a free pity thing to retaliate with. And with the Criminals going 3 down there, this could be a huge opportunity for Axoltl Lite to really push up. Using that pity they just got, coming up for a counter push. In front of the basket, they're going to break the basket open, but again, not much of a follow-up it looks like. The Brush is going to go down. It seems like the last 2 are opting to fall back, play things a bit safe. We're going to have to see how they respond here. Like, this game's kind of been stuck in a brutal neutral, just constant back and forth so far.
blast. Left side with 2 members down in for this green as a trying to play the greats. What a Zuka out from higher, going down to a bomb just right behind that box.
Connie back in. It seems like both teams are still stuck in neutral for a little while here. Just trying to find any opportunity they can to control the economy. As of right now, like, the economy's been incredibly even this entire game, I feel like. A big Zuka gonna come out. Numbers even, like, they traded picks almost exactly at the same time there. The Criminals are gonna go 3 down, actually. Some big picks on the side of Axoltl Lite, and using that space, they're gonna move very quickly, trying to secure any advantage they can on the flat. That bomb's gonna slow them down a lot, but some big whales and Buddha coming out of line. The flat's completely empty. They're gonna score another ball and gain a few more points, and also getting a bit more of a follow-up this time. They're gonna go 3 down, make that a wipe. The range blaster went for a very dangerous jump there. That wipe's obviously not ideal. The Criminals using it very much to their advantage, securing the enemy flat almost immediately. Trying to look for a counter push of their own here. So like the Axolotl Lite, the ball's a bit in their core. Like they're gonna have to go hard on the defensive as they try to find a way to get back into mid, especially them going 2 down once again.
And with that Zipcaster out, Zuka out, this is going to be an attempt at a big push here. Cryman going down to that sloshing machine, 2 members down side, either holding on to this ramp with their and that's all they really to do. Let that ball die. No points on the board for the Timid, and they're getting shut down, policed by Axolotl.
Yeah, no, that was a fantastic defense by Axolotl Lite. I mean, they were pushed way back onto their flat, had very few specials online there, but I mean, like, just playing patiently, waiting for the Criminals to come to them, they were able to clear them out entirely. They still have that one pity claim sitting on their flat to play with, but the economy's looking to take a bit more of a turn in favor of Axolotl Lite here, especially as they find 2 down. Mid is free for theirs to take. The brush is kind of stuck in the pit here. This is not where they want to be. Doing anything they can to try to get out of here. They're going to do the box jump, get back in the mid. The Criminals going 2 down yet again. This is another big opportunity for Axolotl Lite to push up and take a lot of space here, especially with the economy firmly in their favor. 17 claims to 0 here. They're going to not break the basket open. I thought they would have had that. It looks like they missed maybe. Unfortunately, they're gonna go 3 down. That was a beautiful opportunity to push there, and they just couldn't get the ball in. The Criminals having a fantastic defense there, showing that, I mean, like, they're not ones to be outshined when it comes to like the defensive game. But with only 30 seconds left, the Criminals are really gonna need to make like a big play happen here if they want any chance of taking back this lead.
That defense was huge. All the Axolotl Lite Ross, but they shut down on that Fryman, and a really strong position here. Zipcast out as well. The Criminals trying to make a move. 15 seconds on the clock. They do have a clam with numbers advantage. They need to get these clams ready for a push. Fryman will build a power clip of their own, moving up the ramp. Numbers advantage for the Criminals, but with that power clam user going down, they get the basket open. Few clams right in front of the basket. One clam will win it, and that's going to end the Criminals running away with game number 1.
Yeah, a really slick comeback in the 11th hour there, just barely squeaking by. Seems like all the pieces really fell into their place there. Like, they had specials online, they coordinated them well, focused all of them onto the plat to clear it out. And then with some lucky clam spawns there at the end, they were able to just barely sneak by with the lead. The brush, weirdly enough, also shouts the synchronized victory emotes. We love to see it. Like, the brush there had one extra clam they could have tossed in. I don't know why they didn't throw it in immediately. It would have been a more secured win. You know, it was a bit of a crazy finale. That probably got a little scattered. Happens to the best of us. But regardless, like a really smooth win for the, not like a smooth win, but just a smooth comeback for the Criminals there. Like, they kept their nerves in check, kept a level head, and like went into overtime in disadvantage and managed to turn that game around when with their backs up against the wall, basically. So really good stuff for them. And hopefully we're going to see another close game going into game 2 here. TC on Manta Maria. Any thoughts on this one, Vapor?
This is definitely map of that's all you can really say about it. It's a map. It's good to just stay around the corner, and that is one of the key places to be.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, most of this game really comes down to that brutal choke point in the street behind Bunker. It's such a tight choke point. The tower's vulnerable from just about every direction. So getting through that brutal choke point is really the deciding factor of who wins this game. Like if you're getting consistently walled out there, you're probably not going to get too far. But if you could just find the right combination of factors to break through that second checkpoint, which is right in the middle of that brutal choke point, that's usually when things can start to snowball in favor of your team. So hopefully these teams have a plan to get past that second checkpoint. While we're talking about comps, I wanted to note Axolotl Lite that last game was running a clueless comp, which is not recommended these days in the meta, and it looks like they're maybe gonna do it again? No, both teams opting to pull out a cooler weapon this time. We have the pencil on the side of the criminals, Axolotl Lite pulling out the Tri Nouveau this time. Definitely some good picks. Manta Maria is a stage where being able to hit over walls is really beneficial, so the Tri-Slosher and Range Blaster on the side of Axolotl Lite, definitely a smart decision on their part. Criminals pulling out the Range Blaster themselves, like they understand that just as well as them. But anyways, opening the mid, let's see how these teams opt to open on this stage.
Yeah, this Tri-Slosher playing the bunker as well with all these Busy Bonds, bringing out that cooler. Numbers even into numbers advantage. Rushing this Trizuka user is going to be the Tri-Slosher, and it's now only the Blaster. They're forced into an awkward position right at the tower. Chaz ends up going down. That's going to be an effective wipe.
Yeah, Axolotl Lite coming out with an explosive opening, getting to the late wipe. This Tri-Slosher still in a fantastic position, finding another one, finally gonna get picked off by the shot there. But, I mean, the Tri-Slosher, like, they did their job. They cleared out so much space and street for the rest of their team to take. We see Cal here going up onto the ramp very aggressively. This is the key defensive position the criminals want to hold to stop the tower. And there's so many members of Axolotl Lite holding it, they effectively can't stop the tower. Rush still in a fantastic position. Gonna take out the pencil. That's one of the two defensive holes in this team. Axolotl Lite running away with this game at this point. They're past street. They're going into the final checkpoint. And, like, criminals still just scrambling, trying to find anything they can do to stop this tower. It seems the tower's starting to slow down. Axolotl Lite's gonna be 2 down. Last one's stuck in a bad position here, but they're gonna get past that third checkpoint. They're threatening the final checkpoint. They might just win here. Oh, desperate last second stop. They're still jumping in. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness. That was a really strong position for the Brush. They weren't doing too much up there, but they were just a distraction and ready to clean off other members of the criminals when they try to push across the grates. It forced them to come from the sides and finally end up being able to stop the tower after forcing the Brush down onto it. They did get through that final checkpoint, 3 points remaining, but with Piner going up into that bunker, finding a pick of their own numbers advantage, they're going to try to turn that defense into offense, but they need to get more paint down on the field to make it even more smoothly into their favor. Sharking this bunker once more, trying to find one, but going numbers disadvantage. Really nice shot by that Blaster to clean up through mid and a huge paint control.
Yeah, I mean, the criminals, they definitely have an uphill battle here, especially as they just went 3 down. Axolotl Lite is already gearing up for another explosive push of theirs. The criminals, they're not out of the game yet. Like, getting that last second stop was definitely, that's definitely better than just getting knocked out. But they're going to have such a long way to go with them if they want to turn this game around. And the Axolotl Lite, they're already threatening the final, the goal again. Like, the tower's approaching the end rapidly. Spence is in a fantastic position, able to just rain ink down on all of them. The criminals are 3 down. Like, this is not looking good for them. The tower is getting slowed down, though. It seems like that last one, the Brush, is still behind them, causing a bit of distraction. They're gonna go down. Criminals are a bit staggered here. They're 3 down yet again. They just cannot stop the momentum of Axolotl Lite's pushes, and just like that, they're gonna take the game with a decisive knockout.
Yeah, once again, just swimming right through everything, and as you pointed out, just being a distraction. That's all that Brush was really doing. And at the end there, that Tri-Slosher as well, getting up on those grates, just being a menace, and they're able to sweep right through to take this victory. We are now tied up at 1 apiece, heading into Splat Zone's Umami Ruins.
Definitely not one of my favorite map modes, if I can let my biases shine through. It's one of the most lockout-heavy maps in the game, and in zones, that's especially deadly, because the goal of zones is you cap the zone, and you move up to that next level and attempt to go for a lockout. So the easier it is to lock out, the more potential there are for games that just end in a single push. And in Umami, I feel like the reason why this map is so lockout-heavy is because there's effectively only 2 ways out of spawn. And one of them is a pit I affectionately call the Death Pit, and the other is the most brutal choke point in the entire game. So if a backline gets set up on top mid, they have sights over both the Death Pit and that brutal choke, it's really difficult to get back into mid without the most coordinated team push you've ever seen. So it's definitely a scary map mode where anything can happen. Games might last 5 minutes, they might last 40 seconds. Who knows? So like both of these teams are gonna have to keep their nerves in check. The stakes are high, you know, 1-1, winner takes all here effectively. So they're gonna have to keep a level head, go into this incredibly volatile map mode, and just play their hearts out effectively.
Yeah, and that's all you really need to do. This is a map where you want to at least be contesting the entire time, or else it's going to be an uphill battle from any direction. Once you lose that choke point up to your snipe area, it can effectively be over just like that unless you make a huge push with Storm, with Zuka, with the Whales. You need to pair 1 or 2 specials together just to clear out that upper area to even contest the zone once again.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, just being able to stay in zone, like as you just said, like you really want to make sure you're doing something to contest it the entire time. Because if you're not able to like keep the zone at least stalled, it is so easy for the other team to just run the points down deceptively quickly on this map mode. Just because, especially because Umami, it's a map that's really long in a way, right? The distance from your spawn to both of the 2 splat zones is pretty far. It's similar to Barnacle zones in that sense. And because of that, like, by the time there's only 20 seconds left on the clock, if you're not contesting zone, by the time it takes you to respawn, go all the way back up the zone, and start painting it, the game, like, it might already be too little too late, right? So just doing anything you can to contest the zone the entire time, whether that be having someone from behind the enemy lines, keeping it stalled for a little bit, or just having some kind of distance paint, whether that be from, like, something like Pencil or Rain, just being able to contest the zone the entire game is really what teams need to do in order to, like, try to stay alive and not just get knocked out in a single 1 minute push, right? But anyways, we're hopping into Game 3, Umami Zones. Seems like the game's a bit nervous. It's taking a little bit to load here. Hopping in. Let's see if there's any big changes in the comps. We've got an end zap this time for Cola support for Axolotl Lite. The Criminals sticking to their more traditional comp, Range Blaster, Pencil, Octobrush, fairly standard stuff for them. They seem pretty comfortable with what they have, so we're going to have to see how it works out. Both teams are opening up. I'm guessing it's going to be a mad dash for top mid between the 2 blasters. That is exactly what it seems to be happening. The Criminals blaster opting to play things a bit more safely. Probably the best thing to do, because Axolotl's blaster just got picked off, which means top mid is free for the picking for the Criminals here. They have 2 up there doing their best to secure it. Another one goes on Axolotl Lite. Mid is firmly in their control. Another one as well, and another one! That's a delayed wipe. Last one stuck in the corner. The Criminals are in fantastic shape right now, especially with Akula coming out online as well. They're going to have a lot of momentum here.
That surrounding over top mid was insane. Pincer in behind the box, and they almost got up into that lockout position. Really good play by Axoltl Lite, though, to just shut them down before they can get all the way up there. It is now this blaster, Albert. They do find that pencil, but with numbers disadvantage, finding a second pick as well. They're going to force everyone right at them. The Zipcaster, the Zuka. The zone will be neutral in the short term, but will they be able to get back in to recap this zone? Not just yet, it seems, but they're going to be contesting. They just need to stop getting picked off every once in a while.
Yeah, the blast there, it looks like they went for a bit of a hero play, just dropping down off the snipe. Kind of alone there. They got picked off very quickly, unable to do much. Axolotl Lite is 2 down. With the pencil set up comfortably on top mid, it's going to be really difficult for them to get back into mid now. They're maybe going to have one more chance to retake zone here. Big Booyah coming up. That's going to force the pencil out. So Axolotl wants to move. Now is their chance, especially with them being numbers up. Pencil falling back as well. This is going to be a big opportunity for Axolotl to push in. Finding 2 Zuka online for them as well. They're coming in hard. They really need to flip the zone here, and they do. So the Criminals are going to have a pretty substantial penalty to work through now. We have an actual game on their hands. If they messed up that push, they likely would not have gotten a second chance, because they were seriously beginning to run out of time. Pencil's forced to jump out here. This might be Axolotl's chance to really set up for like an effective lockout here. Will they? We'll have to wait and see.
And this is definitely a really good chance right here. Albert finding the pencil with the brush going down on the far side as well. 2 members of the Criminals diving into that pit, finding the blaster, trying to get out alive, but the shot won't be able to. The machine will fight this pit once more. Pencil down. Booyah Bomb out to stall even more. Another going down. The Zipcaster is not safe either. They get picked off as well. This is going to be a likely zone flip, but this is such a lockout favored map. This might just be it. One more chance for Axolotl Lite to move in. The machine goes down. Numbers disadvantage for the Criminals. They have to go in for the neutral. They do get the into neutral, but with everyone else going down, it will be Axolotl Lite to run away with this game after breaking out of a lockout themselves.
Yeah, if you're the criminals, that's absolutely tragic. Like, they were one push away. All they had to do was stop one more counter push, and they probably could have kept the lockout going from 100 to 0 points there for the knockout, right? But that last counter push Axolotl Lite had, like, they saw the opportunity, they took it, they forced the pencil off the timing of that Booyah Bomb, moved in really nicely, flipped the zone, and from there, they did the textbook knockout that the criminals just weren't able to do for the entire time, right? I especially want to shout out to Spets there at the end. Had an amazing triple in the pit there with the with Machine, finding one, using Booyah on the other, and then canceling the Zip Caster from the Alka Brush. That was a huge play on their parts, and probably a likely reason why they were able to keep that lockout going for as long as they did. So really good stuff on the side of Axolotl. I mean, the first half of that game, they were probably scared. Like, it's a lockout-heavy map, and they were getting locked out effectively. Like, they lost 80 points right off the bat, but, you know, they did exactly what I said they had to do. They kept a level head. They didn't get nervous. They weren't getting scared when the stakes were high. They took that last chance they had and really ran with it. And then once they ran with it, they realized, okay, now it's our turn to lock out. And then they did. So Axolotl Lite, like, really good stuff from them.
Yeah, definitely. They were able to move through that Booyah Bomb, especially as you pointed out, just able to stall right over that pit. And not only were they able to get those picks, but they were able to just clean up all the way through, use that Booyah Bomb, use that armor to their advantage, and find 2 more other members of the criminals that dropped in onto them.
Yeah, for sure.
So let's start off with some advertisements here. As we have a little bit of time, we have a Houston, Texas land located at Game Guys going on. Seems like a nice little Texas local, and those can never go wrong. Support your locals, everyone.
Absolutely.
Yeah, on May 28th, that is going to be just over a week away. No, just under a week away. That's going to be on Tuesday. Going to be very interesting. Neon Whale will be happening. What word am I looking for? It's going to be taking place.
There you go.
There we go. Neon Whale is going to be taking place this Friday as well. So keep an eye out for that. Register at play.iplabs.inc/neon whale is going to be taking place at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. And don't forget Flutie is this weekend as well. We have a Fast Ludi. Get ready for your Ludi season. Fast Ludi. This is, I'm pretty sure, the final seeding event officially by Ludi themselves. It's going to be taking place this Saturday. Registration closes Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern for that. As the regular season of Ludi will have registration closing the 31st at midnight Pacific. So season 15 for Leagues Under the Ink will be closing May 31st at midnight Pacific, 3 a.m. Eastern time. And people say a lot about their divisions, and this is definitely one way to prove what division you are. But with that, let's take a quick break. We'll be back with the quarterfinals for Great White Bracket here in a few moments. Welcome back, everyone to Swim or Sink. I am Vapor, joined once again by Nikki. And we're looking at these rosters a little bit beforehand, and someone's definitely happy about one of these players that I ended up recognizing.
Yes, this next matchup, we got the Summer Breakers going up against Grimlife. Apparently, Ishigo over here plays 96. A personal favorite weapon of mine, so I'm gonna be eager to see what they do with that weapon. Assuming they play it, of course. You know, I mean, these days 96 isn't the most meta thing in the world, but who knows? You know, like we love to see off-meta things.
If we want to get into some personal bias, of course, you're a 96 player, specifically the 96 Deco one. I basically play Axoltl purely myself, so we're both specialists in these odd weapons, and they are very odd to fit into some comps, especially. So it'll be interesting to see how 96, if Ichigo does end up deciding to go with 96, of course, against Summer Breakers, don't want to count them out. They have a really strong roster themselves, getting seeded 4th overall by the lovely Cedars in the back here at IPL.
Well, while we're talking about 96, I would like to mention, in these maps we have, most of these maps actually don't favor 96. Well, not most of them, but like, Undertow Spillway is considered to be a pretty rough map for 96. Inkblot isn't exactly great either. So like, the map list isn't exactly super pro 96, so that might come into play in terms of like what kinds of weapons they decide to pull out here. Obviously, Grimlife does have a roster of 5, so someone will be sitting on the bench for some of these games. So who knows? Like, we might not even see some of the weapons we're talking about here, but who knows? And then on the side of Summer Breakers, they're running a roster of core 4. So like, whatever things they decide to pull out, like we know, like we'll know for a fact it's what they want to see on each of these map modes. There is no like swapping different players out. Like whatever weapon pulls these 4 players have, they need to make them work given whatever maps they run into, which is a pretty standard thing for a lot of teams these days. Always having different, like pulling out different weapons for different situations, different maps, different modes. It's a big reason why, like these days, it like people seem to value being a flex player a lot more than being a one trick or a specialist.
Oh, definitely. Like it's definitely important to be at least somewhat flexible in this community, especially for comps, because a lot of these maps favor very different weapons. Like for Undertow Rainmaker especially, it does favor the more sloshers and just to shoot over the mid. It favors the range as well. So something like heavy edit, even some chargers are pretty good depending on the mode here. Rainmaker, Undertow especially more on that heavy edit side and playing very quickly to that fast-paced movement.
While we're talking about Undertow Rainmaker in particular, I think it's worth remembering that this map mode was just very recently changed in the most recent mid-season patch. There was the heavy edit you were just talking about, and another heavy edit on the side of Grimlife as well. We got heavy edit duo. Actually, that was some breakers in orange, my fault. But point is, we got double heavy edits coming in, as well as a dually squelchers on the side of some of the breakers, a weapon you don't see terribly often anymore. But honestly, like a lot of these weapon choices, they were going with what you were saying. A lot of things that can hit over walls, rapid blaster, slosher, machine, headed, of course. Like a lot of fairly standard things on this map mode. But just finishing that thought I was talking about, this map mode was just very recently changed, and with that, there comes a change in strategy. An early advantage for Summer Breakers. They're gonna get a delayed wipe basically. That left checkpoint's completely undefended. The last one up there, I can't tell who it is. It looks to be the rapid blaster trying to get up to the top left or top right as quickly as they possibly can, but there's only so much one raptor can do against a team of 4 enemy players. Throwing every special they have, this team is just running away with the lead, getting the Rainmaker all the way down to 22 points within the first minute of the game. Very impressive. Summer Breakers forced to pop a lot of their specials a lot earlier than they would like to clear them out, but they seem to have slowed down Grimlife's advance enough for them to really get back in there. They have a Zook online, they're moving back in the mid, slowly but surely. Finding one as well, that's really what they need. That was a beautiful shot. Rainmaker's gonna be set. A rough start for Summer Breakers. Actually, it seems like the colors were mixed up there. Ugh, everything's going wrong today.
We're all good. That was Grimlife with that early push, all the way up to 22, which is really bad for this map, especially early on. You want to extend those pushes. Inkjet out, Zuka out. in favor of Summer Breakers, but with 2 members going down, advantage Grimlife one more time. That's going to be a stagger 3 down the jump in, as well as going to get punished. It's only Trey forced to back all the way up here. King stuck on the box a little bit, but it's going to be Grimlife to move around this far right side. Trying to poke out with those killer whales and that 52 gal. Moving forward, Rainmaker does get picked off, so they're hanging on a little bit more, but it's only the heavy edit last one up for Summer Breakers, and they end up going down.
The Squelchies putting in work for their team, finding... I lost count how many they got there, but that was a big wave for Final picks. Grimlife is running away with this game, pushing it all the way down to 6, just shy of getting it onto the final checkpoint. Summer Breakers is going to have a long way to go, but they won't have any chance to get back into this game, especially with Grimlife still very much in their spawn, basically. A flank coming off from the left side. The heavy edit was smart to keep an eye off that. Who is this? The 52's going to shout very nicely. Get behind them and sneak it to the cap. Unbelievable play. Grimlife looking unbelievably strong in that first game.
Yeah, you don't really expect flanks too often. And when they do end up happening, especially on this map, they can be very strong. And especially if the Rainmaker is right there and the one player defending that flank side ends up going down, GG's right there, and that's exactly what Ichi did. Ichi went for that flank, found the one player that was defending the Rainmaker from that direction, and ended up getting that pick.
And I want to give credit to the head there. Like, they did anticipate the flank. They saw it coming, but unfortunately, of all players to catch the flank, the head was probably the least prepared to actually do anything about it. Especially with the 52 there, very aptly demonstrating the power of showering with the splash wall on the 52, right? Like, there was only so much the head could do. Unfortunately, they missed the pick, despite them anticipating the flank. And if the head down, that was the defensive core of the team down. So if the 52 was able to just get behind everyone, grab the Rainmaker while they weren't looking, and sneak it for the cap, despite being the only one left alive there. So Grimlife looking absolutely beautiful in that first game. There wasn't a second of that game where they weren't in total control of the objective, it felt like. It is a best of 5 this time, so Summer Breakers, they're gonna have a lot of time to try to like grapple with this team and like adapt to their strategies, maybe get back into the set, and hopefully we see a bit of those adaptations going into game 2 on Clamblit's Ink. I almost said Ink Armor. Wrong game. Ink Blot. Any thoughts on this one, Vapor?
Hey, I could definitely use some ink armor here. I'd always love an extra coat to shear off an extra hit or two. But Inkblot Clamblitz, this is definitely a more stally. So I expect to see a lot more neutral game rather than an all-out aggression force, especially for Clamblitz as well.
And yeah, for sure. Going right into the game, we're gonna see any comp changes. Looks like we have a screen on the side of Summer Breakers this time, and then Grimlife pulling out the pencil. Kind of falling back on some more traditional things. I'm surprised to see the Dually Squelchers still on the side of Grimlife. Again, that's not a weapon you see terribly often. On Undertow, I was willing to be like, okay, you know, Wave Breaker's pretty strong here of how many corners and ledges there are. But on Inkblot, I feel like it's a bit harder to justify. But the Squelchies were putting in work for their team last game, so I'm inclined to trust their judgment here. One going down the side of Summer Breakers is going to be an early advantage for Grimlife. I say that as they actually lose one themselves, so numbers even. Another one goes down. Commentators curse. Like, we cannot keep the numbers straight this game, it seems like. The machine pushing it very aggressively. Going to get caught out in a pincer maneuver, but they were coolered, I think, so it won't actually matter too much.
Yeah, trying to move in. It's going to be Zach finding one, going down to these Dually Squelchers. Sharking right beneath them is a teammate to help pick off those Tetra Dualies. Pass that clam back to your pencil user, get those numbers advantage, and try to move up to that plat. That is what Grimlife is thinking here. Trying to move slowly, but in a strong manner. Taking the fight with Trey on the side. There goes that 52 Deco. And it's only Omar and Zach coming in from spawn, but that is going to be points on the board for Grimlife, opening up this basket. More points coming in from the machine, and it's just going to be a fight to minimize as many as possible. Trey on this like unable to get out, and the basket finally going to be able to close.
Yeah, Grimlife had a lot of momentum there. Unfortunately, they just didn't have the clam to keep the basket open for a little bit longer. Only gonna get, what was that? One power clam and then 4 clams in. I can do some quick mental math. So not the greatest follow-up in the world, but definitely still better than just getting the pick. Summer Breaker's looking to come in for a big counter push of their own. Screen up on flat. That's going to give them a lot of cover as they move in, especially if the numbers up here. Just barely shy of making a power clam, though. They're desperately trying to get the ball ready. They finally make a ball. They're going to break the basket open, but literally only 1 clam online. They're not going to get much of a follow-up, especially if that Booyah Bomb placed on the ramp. That's definitely going to clear them out. Grimlight, they're going to have a bit of a scare there. Like, they got their basket broken. Their defense isn't as airtight as it was last game, but only, like, their defense was still well enough to secure, well, not really secure, but, like, to try to minimize the damage of that counter push, especially, gee, I'm getting turned around. There's so much happening in these games. So much crazy shit happening. Summer Breakers, numbers up. They're looking for yet another push. They have total control of the economy, 15 claims to 0. They're looking to be in really good shape here. Special online as well. They might elect to use the Zuka. Here it comes. Putting up in bats, missing the shot. Screen online as well. They have a lot of momentum here. This could be big for them.
Try to get those points in. It's the Texture Dualies that has most of the clams. There they go. Points on the board. Leagues flipped in favor of Summer Breakers. Trying to get a few more in with these jumps, but Basket's going to close there. But still advantage for Summer Breakers. They didn't let up any of mid, so they're going to just poke with bombs and pressure up that plat and force Grim Life into an awkward situation as they build more clams themselves.
Yeah, for sure. Summer Breakers, I mean, it was a pretty good push on their part. They had a lot of specials online, and Grimlight really struggling to get back in the mid here. I mean, like, they're doing a good job to find picks, but it seems like every time they find a pick, someone else on Grimlight just ends up going down. The Pencil's in a really good spot, and, like, Grimlight, credit to them, they do have total control of the economy here, so they're in great, they're really giving up for what could be a huge push. But Summer Breakers, now that they've secured that lead, they know they can afford to play things a lot more defensively if need be. And if them playing so defensive, Grimlight is really struggling to find a way to break through their defense. There's another trade. And if you're Summer Breakers, you know, you already have a lead. Like, trades aren't necessarily a bad thing. You're like, right now, Summer Breakers' goal is to delay, not so much destroy. And if they just keep getting trades, that means Grimlight can't really get any momentum. So, like, Grimlight, they really need to make some kind of, they're gonna have to make some kind of adaptation in order to get through Summer Breakers' defense here.
And that's what they're trying to do, trying to break through one side of the mid, but with one member overpeaking just a little bit, it's going to slow them down. Summer Breakers trying to move back, hard stacking on this far right side, but with the Booyah Bomb to cut them off, moving in is going to be a power clam. They do have enough clams nearby to take lead as they do, but with numbers that not really too much in their favor, jump in from these dualies, they're going to get shut down right away. Lead does flip back into favor of Grim Life, but Summer Breakers not out of it yet. They have 2 power clams, and that will be enough to take lead. There goes the Reslider. Get ready for the jumps across the top of your screen. 1, 2, both of those are in. That's going to be a lead flip. That is a 20-point difference, assuming no other points can be added onto this score. We should be heading into overtime. 20 seconds for Grim Life, pushing over through this left side. 2 members down. This is their chance. Moving with those whales. Omega Kraken does end up miss. No, they do hit the basket. Up top, Ichi throwing in those clams. The machine has a lot as well, and that's going to be a lead flip. Grim Life running away in overtime.
Grim Life not letting the Reef Slider cheese at the end get to them. Like, they came back in the 11th hour, kept the level ahead, and had, like, they went for that, like, just a classic cookie cutter push there. Specials coordinated well, took control of the plat, moved in slowly but surely, and then they got the lead back. And what looked like just a terrible situation to be in. Like, they had, Summer Breakers had quite a substantial lead going into overtime, and yet, like, they didn't let that get to them. They played that so confidently and just got back to the, like, they took back the lead like nothing ever happened. I feel like Summer Breakers maybe pulled the trigger on the slider cheese a bit too early there. If they had just waited like an extra second or two, they possibly could have held that off until overtime, at which point the lead change would have signaled the end of the game, and Grim Life wouldn't have even gotten a second chance to retake the lead again. So maybe they got a little bit too hasty. Maybe they didn't have a choice. It was either then or never, if you'll pardon the expression. But either way, Grim Life, like, I'm really impressed with their, like, confidence in that game right there. Like, multiple times they had lost the lead, and every time it's as if they were saying, all right, we lost the lead, okay, like, watch us just take it back like it's no big deal. So Summer Breakers, I mean, that last game, it definitely was a better showing for them. They were keeping up with Grim Life significantly better than they were in Undertow Rainmaker. So hopefully they need to like let that motivate them as they continue to ride the wave into going into our third game, TC Shipshape. This is match point. If Grimlife takes this win, like that will just be the end of the set, right? So Summer Breakers, they're gonna need to go for that fabled reverse 3-0. But hopefully, like I was just saying, like they're gonna use what they learned from these past 2 games, channel the things that were working in Inkling Art Academy going into game 3, or not just game 3, but the rest of the set. Although ideally, we're gonna want to like Summer Breakers, they're gonna have to take this one set at a time, right? Or not one set at a time, one game at a time, right? Like right now, the score is still 0-0 to them. They just gotta like keep their mentals in check, tackle each game individually, and try to get themselves back into the set using what they've learned from these past 2 games. Because I do think, like I was saying, they are getting better at keeping up with Grimlife. They just need to get a little bit better in order to actually secure the win instead of almost getting the win, which is what we saw in that last game.
Yeah, and as you said with that reslider, it was pulled a little bit early. That they had the clams ready. They could have just played around in neutral, but they wanted to pull that trigger. That they were fine to play that defensive end, or they just misread the clambless overtime rules, because if a team does end up losing lead, that basket will end up closing and give the other team over time. But let's not hold that too much longer. Tower control, ship cargo co. Grimlife is up 2-0 in this set, and a heavy edit coming back out against that pencil from Omega Crack.
I will like to mention that Shipshape TC, or TC Shipshape, whatever you want to call it, this is an infamously snowbally map mode, and Grimlife, as we've seen in these past 2 games, they're a team that seems to really like running with any advantage they get, right? So, I mean, if they play their cards right, this map could be very much in their favor. It seems to support the way they like to play. Although Grimlife is going to go 3 down very early, giving Summer Breakers a big advantage. Securing that top left position, that's exactly where they want to be. Trying to move up a little bit further to threaten the defensive players up on the flat. Getting 2 of their strikes kind of stuck in that corner, though, that's really unfortunate. That's going to minimize the potential damage they could on their strikes. Although Summer Breakers not letting that get to them, like they're keeping this push going very admirably. Taking the first checkpoint, rolling right on over to the second one. Grimlife's really going to have to try to reorganize here. That Booyah Bomb's going to do wonders for them to slow down Summer Breakers. Whether or not they move with it, we're going to have to wait and see. Their first goal is definitely going to have to be clearing out that top right position. So long as enemy players holding that position, Summer Breakers can just keep jumping in over and over and over again. So getting that headed out, that is priority number 1.
Oh, definitely. And we see this machine here from Aizen, just trying to clear out this top right area. They see the crab tank, they're going to go right after that crab tank, force the ball, and then try to fight back into mid. They do clear out that top right area, dropping in, taking the fight, but it's going to be the Doolies to come out with that clean, fighting for this top area once more. This is the big key position of the map, and if your team is not in your key position, everything can go down the hill, and you're forced to use a lot of specials to try to take it back. Going to dive in. That's going to be 2 members of Grimlife going down. Summer Breakers on the upper hand here with a big push, and they have not let control mid since the start of this game.
Yeah, Grimlife, contrary to the past 2 games, they're really struggling to find any momentum now. Every time they try to make any kind of advancement, they get stopped right in their tracks by the headed. We see again, right? They're trying to get up into this top left position, top right, depending on whose perspective we're watching, right? And it seems like they're finally starting to get a bit of a push going. The headed is down on the side of Summer Breakers. That is the defensive core of their team. So Grimlife could get a pretty big push here going, but they're unfortunately going to go 2 down. If the last 2 kind of stuck further back, that push is going to get stopped very early in its tracks. That first checkpoint is infamously difficult to hold. So the fact that Summer Breakers were able to not only keep its not only just hold it, but keep its defenses completely intact. They didn't give up a single point on it basically. They're looking to be in really good shape here. Especially with Cooler coming out online as well. They're going to have a lot of momentum if they do for a counter push.
Whales getting thrown out there. Booyah Bomb to slow them down. Summer Breakers trying to make a push here with 3 going down. It's only Ichi on this 52. They end up going down as well. The Doolies jumped in. Does find the trade, but this is still numbers advantage for Summer Breakers up onto this upper area tray. Trying to keep that offensive pressure, swing that tower into that court, and poke that upper right area with that slosher. That's all you really need to do. That top right area, especially after that first checkpoint, is the key area of this map. it is only the dualies to fight for the second checkpoint, but with that checkpoint ends up dropping. This is the oh no zone moving through, just trying to hold onto this defense here, and it's really hard, especially when you don't have the upper area like where Trey is. Trey is holding that top left area with no one on Grimlife able to contest it, really.
Yeah, I mean, like, Summer Breakers, they're in a really powerful position. They're past that second checkpoint. That's really, like, the last difficult part of this track to get past. If you get past there, it's smooth sailing to the end. And if Grimlife, they just keep going down. They can't find any good defensive hold. Strikes coming online, so that's really going to clog up that main choke point. Like, it's like absolute bloodbath in this final choke point. Summer Breakers are desperate to get on it for the knockout. Grimlife hanging on by a thread. They're going to finally push him out. Although with Summer Breakers score being all the way down to 8, Grimlife has such a long way to go, and with only 40 seconds left in this game, it's going to be exceedingly difficult for them to try to turn this around, especially with 2 of them going down for a very well-placed suck bomb. Wonderful placement by, that must have been, it had to be the dualies.
It had to be the dualies, and with Trey swinging across, finding 2 of their own, it's only going to be Ichi taking this at 1v1, forced all the way back. 15 seconds on the clock. Grimlife wants to get this win here, so they have to find this tower and find it soon. 5 seconds left. No one is really near it, and that is going to be a game there. Summer Breakers running away with 1, but now is the time. Now is the time to reset that mindset. 1 game down. Let's continue this momentum into this next game.
Take it 1 game at a time, like we were talking about before this game. And, like, look at the trend of this set so far. I was saying, Summer Breakers, like, that first game, they kind of got rocked. Game 2, much closer, went into overtime, although they still lost. But now Game 3, that was looking to be very much in their favor. Like, there wasn't a moment of that game where they didn't confidently have control of the objective. Aside from that one small push Grimlife got towards the middle of that game. So if the trend continues, like, this set could very well turn in favor of Summer Breakers. Grimlife, their palms might be a little bit sweaty here. Like, they're beginning to lose control of this set. Like, if we were talking about this in tennis terms, Summer Breakers, they finally broke their serve in Game 3 there. So Grimlife, they're gonna need to do something, try to make some adaptations, or at the very least, like, realize that, like, they can't get too comfortable. Like, this set isn't over yet. Like, they really gotta, like, excuse me, they really gotta, like, hunker down, lock in, and get back into this set, unless they want to lose to a potential reverse 3-0. But again, take it 1 game at a time. It is match point, not for Summer Breakers. Like, Grimlife, they need to, like, let the fact that they're only 1 game away motivate them. And we're gonna see how they handle that on Splat Zone's Ramen.
And this comes down to who can take that choke point. Where that pillow is, that is the key position of this map. Not only is it one of, if not the only key position of this map, but it is the game-changing position. That is the lockout position. If anything, you have mid, which is an effective bowl just surrounded by both of those elbow areas, and then you have a pit into the spawn. So you don't really want to lose it in any possible way.
Yeah, that's really what makes lockout on this map so brutal. Coming out of spawn, you effectively are at a height disadvantage, as the defenders, if they're locking you out, they have control of that elbow, they're able to like look down on you. And Splatoon, like, you know, high ground is advantageous. Like, you have a much... It's just like in real life. It's a lot easier to shoot at someone when they're below you as compared to above you, right? You could roll bombs down slopes. Zuka's really good at shooting down slopes. Like, it's just easier when you have high ground. So, like, lockout on this map, similar to Umami zones, which we saw in the previous round. Lockout's pretty scary here. So, like, this could be a map, like, it could be very back and forth. The game could be over and done with in 40 seconds. There's no telling. Finally pulling out the 96 we were talking about at the beginning of this set. Very excited for that. It's not about merit here. Like, we were just saying, lockout's very powerful here. You get a splash ball in that elbow area, you're sitting pretty. So we're going to have to see how they handle it. I mean, obviously, Kraken's considered to be a fairly weak special in zones. But, well, yeah, we're just going to have to see how it plays out for them. That definitely is a stronger retake special in their comp. I was going to say, that last game, I feel like what Grimlife were struggling with was the fact that they had effectively no strong entry tools. They had Whale, Wave Breaker, Booyah and then Cooler. Like, they were really lacking in something like a Zuka, Inkjet, or Crab Tank, which is kind of what you need to get back into games. The Kraken might be able to provide that kind of retake utility they were lacking last game. But anyways, we're rambling. An early advantage for Summer Breakers. They're going to take control of the zone. Although, Grimlight doing a really good job to not let them move up into the elbow, making sure they can't get locked out too early.
Yeah, and that's all they really need to do. They pop out that Kraken, trying to pressure that elbow. Aizen taking the fight in their pit, able to get a trade out. Zone will flip into Grim Life's favor. And Ichi is up there. Ichi was up there for a while with that 96, able to cause mayhem in this elbow, and that allowed Grim Life to move in to take that zone and control it for a good amount of time. It's going to come down to who is able to get control of this elbow first, and who is able to shut down all the flanks that comes by. Trip strikes out for Zach and the Summer Breakers going in for that cap, which they do. Moving in, try and build up that Crab Tank. Here it goes out, and this Crab Tank is very strong right over the zone, and this is where you can see that pit advantage as well. It does sit down into mid, which does make it harder to push up with that Crab Tank.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, both teams just absolutely scrambling, trying to grapple on the mid here. A big Kraken is going to clear them out, smartly deciding to fall back before they can get punished. The zone seems to be a bit more in favor of Grim Life here, although again, like, it's just an absolute bloodbath, constant back and forth. Neither team can hold on to zone for more than a second, it seems. Like, what Grim Life they're really looking to do here is trying to move up into that lockout position. And now Summer Breakers going effectively 2 down there, right? The third one was just respawning. This could be their chance to move in, but they're getting bombed out a bit too hard. A big Crab Tank online, they could use that to clear out some space, but it seems like they're opting to play things a bit more defensively.
Yeah, and they do end up finding one with that Crab Tank, each playing the side route as well with the 96, trying to play from that off angle to force him through that choke point, tunnel him in. And it's just the surrounding of Grim Life. That's all they really need to do. Just make sure your teammates just don't go down in zone. Just play around off to the side and poke at them. Keep painting down. And that's all you really need to do. Booyah Bomb will try to help sustain. But with that Slosher going down, Summer Breakers disadvantage, but they find the flip anyway with that Crab Tank game popped out from the Grim Life.
Yeah, that is an absolutely massive retake for them. Grim Life was really beginning to get dangerously close to that knockout, a score of 0, right? So Summer Breakers, they're going to have a bit more time to try to get back in this game. But if them going 3 down, this is a beautiful opportunity for Grim Life to move into that key lockout position. It's exactly what they're trying to do. Pento's in a very dangerous position. If 96 moves up with Splash One that's in that position, they could hold on to it for effective rest of this game, but it looks like they're going to opt to play things a bit more safe. The first sign of any kind of opposition, they decided to just back up and play for life. Not sure if that was the right play. They're going to lose zone, so they're going to have to get another big penalty to work through. But I mean, like, them playing it safe has gotten them this far, so maybe they're thinking they can just keep riding out this strategy for the victory. Although it seems like they fell back a little bit too much. The Summer Breakers are in a pretty good position to move up into that locked position themselves. Bucket moving up very aggressively. They are cooler. They can afford to take a few risks here. They're going to go down to the machine, though. Unfortunate. A Kraken as well. That's definitely going to work to clear them out. And a Booyah Bomb online that they're going to drop. A big pick on the side of the 52. Summer Breakers, they're through their penalty. Like, this could be their chance to get back into this game, but unfortunately, the Crab Tank's going to be too much of... Oh my god, I'm losing track, man. Like, the zone is just changing way too rapidly. Summer Breakers, they are going to keep hold of the zone, and not before it briefly flipping, though, so they're going to get another big penalty. Although, going to the last 30 seconds of this game, it is still anyone's game. The zone has been trading back and forth, what feels like every 5 seconds at this point.
Back and forth, this zone flips, playing the off angle as well. Back on the far right, and ends up going 1 down on the side of Summer Breakers. This Kraken, though, from Ichi. There goes 3. There's the wipeout, and it is looking grim for Summer Breakers as the clock ticks down to 0. Grim Life will run away with this one, going 3-1 in the quarterfinals.
A valiant effort by Summer Breakers. Like, they really were getting better each and every game, and God knows they didn't make it easy for Grim Life in that last game. The zone was flipping back and forth constantly. Like, really neither team ever got into that key lockout position, and when they did, they got pushed out very quickly. So both those teams really poured their hearts into that last game. But at the end of the day, Grim Life, they just played a little bit better, a little bit more a little bit more tight. And at the end of the day, like if not team can get into that lockout position, if not a team's playing the map well, it falls back to which team has the better fundamentals. And in this case, it seems like Grim Life came out on top in that regard.
Yeah, they were there, they were ready, and just like that, Grim Life just runs away with it. Our next matchup is ready. We hear, so we are gonna get it into that room as soon as we can. But that 96 option, as you pointed out at the beginning, like in that tower control game, there wasn't really anything impactful that Grim Life had, but it all came down to just using that Kraken to push up. Just try to get up into that upper area and be a distraction.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, like I really feel like ever since the mid-season patch when Kraken cheese got effectively removed out of the game, a lot of people aren't exactly sure what Kraken's good for. But in that regard, I feel like a lot of people forget that it is a very powerful. Well, not necessarily is, but it can be used as a retake special, similar to things like Crab Tank or Inkjet or Zuka. Which I mean, comparing anything to Zuka, that's very high praise, right? And I think just that extra bit of playmaking potential they got from the Kraken is what they needed to just give Summer Breakers that much harder of a time that game. Because I felt like every time Summer Breakers got control of the zone, they weren't able to hold on to it for very long. I mean, they came dangerously close to flipping lead at the end, right? Like they were past their penalty. Like they were, if just one pick had gone a different way, right, and they hold on to zone for an extra 10 seconds, maybe that game goes in favor of Summer Breakers. But just that extra bit of playmaking potential they got from the more significant special like Kraken compared to something like Killer Whale, that's really what they needed, I think, in order to give Summer Breakers that much harder of a time. Made it that much harder for them to not only take the zone, but hold on to it for any significant amount of time.
Yeah, and that's all you really need. It's to play for that control and be ready to go. So we're going to get into semifinals here shortly, but our first map is going to be Tower Control Mako Mart to start things off.
This is a certified classic at this point. Everyone's familiar with TC Mako. And it's popular for a very good reason. I mean, Mako Mart really is one of the most widely, I don't know how to describe it. Like, I feel like Mako Mart's one of those stages that really encourages a wide variety of different comps and strategies. There really aren't any weapons that are necessarily bad on it. One trend is very clear though, and that's that things that can play well over ledges or around corners are very powerful on Mako Mart. Like this is the stage for blasters, I feel like. Range blaster especially. So especially on tower control too, blasters and tower control, it's like peanut butter and jelly, they just go together. I wouldn't be surprised if we see one, if not two range blasters in this upcoming game. But otherwise, it's a map mode that really encourages a lot of different strategies. There's a lot of different ways to move on it. It's not like a typical choke point fest map that Splatoon 3 gets made fun of for a lot of the time. So there's a lot of different ways teams can go about playing this one.
Mm-hmm. I don't want to disappoint you too much, but looking at the players we have here, I don't think we're going to see a range blaster.
I feel like the last 20 times I've played this in comp, there's always been a range blaster. At least one. So I mean, sometimes the stars just don't align. Who knows? But I mean, either way, that just shows the strength of Mako TC or just Mako Mart as a map in general. Like I was saying, it promotes a lot of different strategies. It encourages a lot of different comps, and we might see it here. Like if another team wants to pull out the textbook weapon to pull out on this map mode, it just goes to show how diverse of a map it really is. Anything can work on Mako Mart, and that's great. Like flexibility, experimentation. Those are the things that we love to see in comp, not just people running the same cookie cutter meta picks every single game.
Yeah, and especially with these two teams here, there's a lot of experience behind them. A lot of them usually stick to their own realm of weapons as well. Like we can look at these two teams. If I say the first team, I'm going to butcher it so badly, so I'm not going to. But CJ does end up using more of that support type style. Your end zaps, your pencils, just have some sort of cooler there, and and Looples as well. They have a brush in the back, so they can always play around that skirmish. So they don't really need your general blaster pick. And on the side of Ricky the Rat, they have Stans. Stans is well known for their midline presence, but they often use Stampers and Squeezer.
I feel like all those weapons have opportunities to shine on this map mode, right? Squeezer likes to play on like a lot of Squeeze is one of those weapons that can really work anywhere just because of how flexible it is. That's the whole point of the gun, right? It's good at most things. But like I feel like height variation or just being able to play from elevated positions is what Squeezers really excel at. And like the stats on Mako Mart provide that kind of verticality it's looking for, right? And in Stamper as well, being able to hit over ledges with those charged vertical slashes, that is really applicable in Mako Mart. Like the plat area is that key defensive position they want to hold to defend first and second checkpoints especially. And Stamper is so good at just being able to poke up on that plat area. Like it might not be the best at killing because, you know, 2 vertical slashes back to back, it's not only hard to hit, but it's also quite slow. But just being able to poke up on the plat like that, it does a lot to scare people from holding that position for too long because just 2 hits and oops, now we're dead, right? Again, just so many things can work on Mako Mart though, right? So like I'm really excited to see what kinds of things we pull out here. Also, concerning that first team that you're too scared to pronounce, I'm gonna take. Is it not just Cafuné?
It might be.
I feel like it's not that intimidating, but the fact that maybe I'm just dumb. Forgive me if I'm butchering that name. It looks like Cafuné. I'm gonna say Cafuné.
Hey, that's why I didn't try. I don't want to get roasted for saying a team name wrong. So I have someone else.
I have no shame.
So Cafuné. That's what we're going with. Cafuné.
How can you be embarrassed if you have no shame?
Oh, unless we get corrected later, let's just go with Cafuné. but yeah, TC Mako Mart, a classic, as you said. I expect to see chargers from both sides, whether if it's in an E-liter or a pencil even. So I'm interested to see what they use to build around it, especially heading into the following maps in this set as well, because chargers aren't always the best, especially when you get to Rainmaker Humpback out in game 3.
Honestly, looking at that entire map list, like the map list we have for this set is full of nothing but classics. There's the Stamper we were talking about, and Slosher as well. Again, things that like to hit over corners, like that, or just like play with corn as well. Like those are the weapons that Mako really favors, and we see that on the side of Ricky the Rat as well with the Stamper and the Brush. A bit of an unorthodox pick, but I mean, like, Mako really is one of those maps that values sharking a lot because there's so many like corners and ledges to hide behind and under. So Brush can get a lot done here. Both teams opening the mid very quickly though. Cafuné is going to go down right away, 2 down, an early advantage for Ricky the Rat. Whether or not they decide to take that advantage, we're going to have to wait and see. They are pushing towards that first checkpoint. The pencil is down on the side of Cafuné. That's the defensive core, and a beautiful shot from the Zuka there. Cafuné is going to have, Ricky the Rat's going to have so much momentum here going into this first push of theirs. They're past the first checkpoint, already moving towards the second. Zipcaster online as well. This could be big for them.
Yeah, Cafuné is the team on offense right now, and they are moving the tower, but from behind is going to be right small on that Stamper. Is going to get cut off with that Zipcaster playing around for life, trying not to go down to that brush as well. Other members are near finding one, looking for another. There's the second, but the brush will be there to clean up.
Yeah, numbers even. I mean, like, it was a really big play on the side of the Stamper there that unfortunately isn't going to amount to much. The Brush is looking for a big flank through. Seems like it went unnoticed as well. I say as the shot there picks them off. Even then, though, like, it's going to do a lot to try to pull the attention away from the rest of Cafuné. Pencil's going to find one. Like, Ricky the Rat's really struggling to find any momentum in this game. I realized the colors were backwards for a little bit, so I did say Ricky the Rat had a lot of momentum at the beginning of this game. Forget what I said, it's the other way around. Although Ricky the Rat is beginning to push the tower here, right? So this could be their chance to try to like get some momentum, get a bit of a push going. So Cafuné's going to stop them very quickly. The Brush running in, just trying to be a nuisance, it seems. They're not really like doing anything too threatening, but just pulling the attention away from the rest of the team. It's doing a lot to slow down their advancement and give Cafuné more time to get specials online, get their defense back in order, and just slow them down, which is what we just saw. Like, Ricky the Rat, they're 2 down, the Pencil's forced to fall back. Like, that push got shut down very early. And I can't help but wonder if it's because the brush was in there. They kind of just threw themselves at the team, but just by doing that, they slowed them down so much that Ricky the Rat wasn't able to get any real momentum.
Trying to poke forward, Pencil finding 3 members down on the side of Ricky the Rat, and that's going to be a huge shot from the Pencil onto Captain Happy to continue this momentum forward. Cafuné on the offense here, Pencil holding the tower, moving up with that Zipcaster all the way up into that spawn. Finally getting taken down, but the second checkpoint's going to drop anyways. On the rail, Riceball trying to poke the tower, but it's going to be the Zuka out. Riceball poking the tower once more overseas, poking it as well. 2 members going down, rush that stack, get all of the members of Cafuné out of there, and try to clean up mid, get that paint control down as they get the numbers advantage and flip this momentum.
That was a fantastic defense on the side of Ricky the Rat, not only just stopping their, not only stopping Cafuné's push, but as you just said, almost entirely flipping the momentum of the game in their favor. Usually once teams get past that second checkpoint, that's really when this map starts to snowball a little bit, because the tower moves over to the right side, which is like opposite of where the defending team spawns, so like it's really easy for teams to just keep the momentum going from second check all the way out for a knockout, basically. A really big pick there. Ricky the Rat's gonna go 3 down. It's not looking good for them. Cafuné, numbers also looking pretty low. Like, both teams kind of traded a lot of picks there. Ricky the Rat's finally gonna get past that first checkpoint, although again, like, they're struggling to get any like real momentum here, it seems. Every time they get a bit of a push going, they get a little, they get a few more points, but it's always just a few. They're pushing this they're pushing this tower forwards inch by inch, basically, compared to Cafuné, who are taking big, wide steps every one of their pushes.
They're just trying to always poke forward is what Ricky the Rat's doing with every strong defense by Cafuné, as you pointed out. Less than 1 minute on the clock. The Zuka is being deadly out here. So are the bombs as Overseas drops into 1. Numbers even on the field. And Riceball's going to get stuck in the corner off to the side of the map too. This mid is all blue in favor of Cafuné, moving the tower towards that left side, trying to keep it in a good spot for their team to defend as we come into the last 20 seconds.
Yeah, and with mid totally in favor, like mid control's totally in favor of Cafuné, as you just said, right? Like Ricky the Rat's gonna have a really hard time getting themselves back in this game. They're running out of time, and in the last 10 seconds, they're gonna need to completely retake mid, hop on tower, and then try to get something going. Some last minute strikes coming in. That's really their Hail Mary play. The shot's gonna come in for another Hail Mary play, but they're gonna get picked off very quickly. All they need to do is touch the tower, but unfortunately, they're not going to be able to do it. One's going to make one last attempt on the tower. They get picked up very quickly. Cafuné's going to hop on the tower, and that's going to be a decisive win for them. Really good stuff from Cafuné in that game. Like, both of their 2 major pushes were looking absolutely beautiful. Ricky the Rat, again, like, as you were saying, like, it felt like they were really just trying to inch the tower along bit by bit instead of taking those big, wide, sweeping steps of each of their pushes. And, like, that really meant they couldn't get any real momentum that game. Like, they definitely had a few chances, right? There were multiple instances in that game where mid was like well secured in their favor, where they could have had like the makings of a good push coming. But each time, like Cafuné's defense was just too rock steady for them to like really like get a good foothold on the offense, right? Like their neutral was looking good, their defense was looking good. The offense just wasn't quite there though, unfortunately. And at the end of the day, like, you know, the offense is what wins games. Offense is what scores your points, right? Like, you need a strong offense. So Ricky the Rat, like, they might need to try to opt for something a bit more aggressive next game, or try to adapt to something that's better at handling Cafuné's defense going into game 2.
Yeah, strong offense with a solid defense is all you really need at the end of the day. So if you can just hold a solid defense and have a very strong offense, you can effectively get a win whenever you really want to. All of these teams here in our top 4 are very strong and can do that very easily as well. It's just a flip of the switch and how fast teams are able to flip from offense to defense that makes the difference between your number 1 team and your number 4 team.
Yeah, for sure. Shoot, there was some. Right. I wanted to point out actually something I didn't even register for me until like halfway through that game. Both of those teams were running dangerously similar comps. They both had a pencil, shot, and stamper. The only difference was the ink brush compared to the slosher. The ink brush on the side of Cafuné compared to Ricky Durat's V slosher, right? And maybe those like extremely similar comps is like that's kind of what tripped Ricky Durat up, right? Like a lot of those dittos, they can be stressful to fight sometimes because like obviously it's a neutral matchup. It doesn't like there is no advantage or disadvantage. Like it really just comes down to who's playing the weapon, or like who understands this like the exact same matchup better, right? No changes on the side of Ricky Dorato. They're sticking to the exact same comp, as is Cafuné, so no comp changes. They seem fairly confident that they're going to be able to adapt to Cafuné's strategy, just in changing up their own strategy, not their weapons. We're going to have to see how that plays out for them as we go into Game 2. Scorch Gorge on Clam Blitz, a very tried and true map mode. This one's played all the time. The strategies are pretty rock steady for this one. We're going to have to see what kinds of things these teams opt to go for in this map.
Yeah, but build those clams and try to poke around mid, but that Zuka's going to try to cut off CJ as they're able to sneak out alive. Two of their own members of Cafuné moving up, one going down with that stamper and just trying to get to that ramp. That ramp is the key position for offense, and it's always good to know what those key positions are and where your team wants to move. It's going to be a right ball to pick off another member, finding a trade with that ink brush as well. So we are 1 minute in, a lot of clams on the field, and it's going to be advantage Ricky the Rat as Riku fan moves forward. Brush staying alive a little bit longer, bucket going down, shot going down, finding 3. That is going to be loopholes on this Brush popping off.
A huge play from Loopholes. I mean, that push was looking absolutely beautiful for Ricky Durat. Multiple balls online, a few specials ready to go, and they were already in that key position up on the ramp, like you said. Like, all they needed was just a bit more time. They could have had the makings of a huge push, but Loopholes on the brush just showed up out of nowhere and said, you, and you're out of here, right? Get a quick 3 down, completely canceling that push. And now mid seems to be firmly in control, or like Cafuné seems to be firmly in control of mid here. They have control of the economy, 13 clams compared to 9. They have a few specials coming out, the Zipcaster. Unfortunately, the Zipcaster is actually going to go down right when I mentioned it. The last one alive is the Brush, kind of stuck behind enemy lines here, trying their best to stay alive. They're going to pop Whale, try to fall back. The basket was left wide open, unfortunately, with them being so far behind enemy lines. So Ricky Durat is going to get a bit of a cheeky push here, breaking open the basket, but it looks like they're not going to have enough time for any sort of follow-up. Although with Cafuné going down, that was a delayed wipe. Like, Ricky Durat's going to have so much momentum here. Complete control of mid, i.e. complete control of the economy. They could just gear up for another push immediately after, but they're going to need to make sure they hold that position, which seems to be exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, a lot of clams spawning right on top of Captain Happy, getting that power clam in, bringing that score down below 50 remaining, and with that slosher right beneath the ledge, Captain Happy peeking right above the ledge as well. Huge points on the board. 40 left. Loopholes trying to dive in to slow something down. CJ moving in, finding 1. Only 2 members left. Zipcaster out, trying to just be a distraction to let their team get in. Here goes those Whales as well. Loopholes being a distraction, but the basket will close in the meantime, as this is going to be a huge flip for Cafuné as the Brush gets behind them.
Yeah, this could be the makings of a really big push. They're going to pick off the Zuka. They're going to get traded. That Zuka was kind of wasted. All 3 of their shots were aimed at the Brush. And if Ricky Durat going 2 down, this could be Cafuné's chance to try to get a bit of a counter push going. 2 members very far ahead, right in front of the basket, with specials online as well. Like, if they play their cards right, they could hold this position, get like a firm hold in it, and just try to really build up a lot of claims for an absolutely massive push. Basket open. They have a lot of claims online. This could be some pretty big numbers for them. They're going to get all the way down to 47, 44, just 2 clams shy of taking the lead, but unfortunately there's just no clams left. And Cafuné just diving in, desperate for the lead. They're gonna get wiped out. Strong defense by Ricky Durat there, just shy of the lead. That's really important for Cafuné, especially them going wiped. That means the basket's left wide open for a counter from Ricky Durat, finding a lot of points there as well. And Zuka online as well. They're gonna get kicked off. A wipeout for Cafuné. Ricky the Rat is, you know, they're not in great shape right now, but like honestly, that wipeout might have been worth it. They got so many points, they extended the lead so much, and if only a minute left in this game, they can't really afford to play things safe anymore. They're gonna have to just need to go as they attempt to try to get back into mid. They have mid. First step's already done. What they really need to do is get back into that key position on the ramp. Lupo's going for a big flank. It gets called out immediately. Gonna get picked off. No cheeky flanks this time. It's gonna be difficult for Cafuné to try to get back into this game, especially for Zipcaster harassing them from behind.
Yeah, there's a Zipcaster behind on both sides. Lupo's going in with this rush, able to find one. The power clam is going to go down for Ricky the Rat. Lupo's trying to catch the toes of the Charger, finds the shot on the jump, wails out. Basket is open. This is going to be the final push for Cafuné, attempting to take the lead. A lot of clams online. They just have to protect CJ as they put all these clams in, and that is going to be enough. Cafuné in overtime, able to sneak by, going up 2-0 in semifinals.
That was do or die, that last push. Like their backs were up against the wall. They had one more chance. They took it and they made it work. That was a huge play from Lupos at the end there. Again, just constantly throwing themselves behind enemy lines. And that pick on the pencil and the one jumping into the pencil, that was absolutely massive because all of a sudden there was no one in that top right defensive position. That's where you want to hold to stop him from getting close to the basket, right? So them like clearing off that area, getting those cheeky picks from underneath the grates like that meant the basket was just left wide open. Cafuné was able to sneak into that ramp position, like secure the ramp position, and then begin to like work on the makings of an absolutely massive push for the lead in the 11th hour. So really good stuff from Cafuné as a whole, but like I really want to shout out Lupo's there. They absolutely cooked that game.
Oh, definitely cooking indeed, and especially with the flanks as well. They were starting to get predictable at the end. At the end there, we saw it about fourth minute territory where Lupos tried to go across the grates and get punished. So what they did was they switched up their style, went around the right side to flank instead of going around the left grates, and it worked out in their favor. They were able to find one with the team behind them as well to follow up, get those points on the board, and able to take the lead right off that.
Yeah, a really good adaptation on their part. Like, I completely agree. Like, their flanks definitely getting a little bit predictable, a little bit stale towards the end. And as soon as they noticed that, they thought, how about I'll go for the no mix-up, basically. Instead of going through the grates, the typical flank, I'll just go down the main route, which is like, yeah, like, obviously they'll be expecting that. But, I mean, I went left every other time, so, like, they won't be expecting me just going down, like, the main choke point, right? And sure enough, they didn't expect that. Like, they just walked right up to the pencil, got underneath them, bit their toes, got the kill, got their jump in. Now Ricky the Rat's 2 down, and if like that defensive position being completely cleared out, it was just Clam City from Cafuné to come in and sneak for the lead. But anyways, going into Game 3, this is match point for Cafuné. One more win and they'll take it. Some pretty significant comp changes on the side today. We got a Paintbrush and a ZF Charger, as well as the Zap. So they're still rocking cooler. They're also playing a bucket themselves. Cafuné's running a completely different comp. Forget what I said before. This isn't just some major comp adjustments. This is their entire comp got adjusted. And the Paintbrush is definitely an unorthodox pick, but I mean, like, on a map like Humpback, which has a lot of, like, slopes and uneven geometry, stage geometry, a weapon that can, like, kind of play with those slopes well does have a lot of merit. So we have to see how that works out for them. Early range for Cafuné, they're going to break that first checkpoint right away. That elbow area where the Rainmaker is right now, that is really the key choke point of this map. Getting the Rainmaker 2 there is pretty easy. Once you get past that choke point, though, it's also pretty easy, but that choke point, like 60 to 40 points, is absolutely brutal on this map mode. So how these teams opt to get through it, that's really going to decide who comes out on top this time.
Oh, for sure. And it's going to be who can swing around faster. Right ball with it, this Zipcaster trying to skirmish around from behind, and this is what you need. You need to get someone to open an opportunity to get around that elbow area. It was going to be the Zipcaster, but CJ's going to swing right around with the team. Rainmaker getting stopped there right before that checkpoint, stuck in that corner. But Ricky the Rat not going to let up just yet. They're trying to move through the interesting far side to try to continue this push, but they're going to fall back to begin with anyway. As the Zipcaster once again from Riceball able to try to be another distraction.
Yeah, Riceball's Zipcasters just keep getting picked out. Like, they're using them at good times, and they're using them for good purposes, trying to take attention away from the main push. But each time, Cafuné is just doing a great job of anticipating the Zipcaster and picking it off before it could do too much damage. Cafuné getting another big push. They're through the choke point. They're just running it. A big push, big numbers, getting it all the way down to 28. That's really good for them. Ricky the Rat, I mean, like, they're doing the best job. They're gonna pop Rainmaker. They're gonna have, like, they still have momentum here. And if the Charge in a really forward position, I say as they all dive the Rainmaker and go 3 down, unfortunately. But regardless, 28 points, that's a tough score to beat on this map mode. Although Humpback Rainmaker really is the map mode where anything can happen. It's so fast-paced. Like, if you get past that, again, that choke point, hard to get through, but if you can get past there, literally anything can happen. So, like, Ricky Rat, they can't get discouraged. They're doing a good job right here. First checkpoint's done. They have specials online. This could be big for them. If they strike to the choke point, they could get to big points here. But unfortunately, Cafuné's defense is just too tight for them to break through. They're going to stop the Rainmaker very early. A bit of a scare, you know, like, they were threatening that lead. And, like, Ricky Rat's not out of this push quite yet. Like, they still have control of mid. They still have control of the left elbow area. Although the Rainmaker's looking to reset, so this push might just die in the water here.
That was a decent opportunity on both sides, but especially for Cafuné, that opening for the push was the Paintbrush using those missiles. They popped the missiles, saw how everyone was on the far left side, so they just ran to the right to get as many points as possible. But now we're back in this neutral game. Cafuné down in numbers. Riceball right beneath that ledge with that Zipcaster bomb to the back of this Charger off the wall. This Rainmaker's going to swing over to this right side and try to look for a lead themselves. There's these trip strikes. Diving through is the Brush. They're unable to find anything. Rainmaker diving through. 4 points remaining. Looking for the knockout. Captain Happy able to slam it down. Ricky the Rat finding points on the board.
Humpback Rainmaker, it's the map mode where anything can happen, and sure enough, we saw it. Like, Cafuné, they got wiped out there. It was a delayed wipe, but still a wipe regardless. The Zipcast from Riceball found one. The others got picked off in the main choke. And taking that wipe out, or seeing that wipe out, Ricky the Rat realized, man, like, we could just go. And so they did. And, like, this map mode is so fast-paced that one wipeout is all you really need to take the Rainmaker all the way from mid, basically to the final checkpoint, right? So, like, really good stuff for them. Like, Ricky the Rat, like, they're hanging on by a thread. They really can't afford to drop another game here. We still are in match point for Cafuné, but just take it one game at a time. Don't let the nerves get to you. Like, they might be able to turn this set around still.
Yeah, that Cafuné push was basically a scripted push. You use your special to note out where everyone on the other team is, and you push the other way to make that opening. The Ricky the Rat push there at the end, not as notable, but it was opened up by that Zipcaster. The Zipcaster on the backside forced the Charger to turn, and once that bomb got to their back off the wall, it was a GG from there. That whole left side was cleared out, and with 2 other members of Ricky the Rat swinging around there, they cleared out that entire street that allowed the Rainmaker to push all the way to that pedestal and ending up getting the knockout. But here we are. It is once again match point for Cafuné, as you did note. Splat zones on Mahi Mahi Resort. This is a Charger fire field.
It's definitely a scary map to play when in match point. Mahi Zones is one of those map modes that is infamously lockout heavy these days. Especially before the water level drops, because it's just so small and constricting. So a scary map to go into when the stakes are high. Both teams pulling out extremely similar comps. Scratch that. No, yeah, we're going back to the... for a second I thought they had the exact same comps, but no, we're going back to the Mako TC comps, with Ricky the Rat running V-Slosher compared to Cafuné. Lupo is still rocking the Ink Rush. Makes sense, they've been doing a good job with it so far. They opened up on the zones, an early advantage for Ricky the Rat. Lupo's going in for a big play, gonna only find one in a trade, unfortunately.
And trying to keep up this pressure overseas, diving through, surviving all these Zuka shots. Advantage Ricky the Rat trying to go into this lockout position here. We are 30 seconds in as they start to tick down these points. Trip Straight's online. There they go with that Zipcaster. The Zipcaster ends up getting canceled out. Counter Zipcaster, but with 2 members going down to overseas his bomb, the Zipcaster is out of play. They end up going down. It's only this shot, last one up. They're going to be forced all the way back. Let the water drop and move in with specials. Cooler, Zuka, both out for Cafuné as 2 members go down for Ricky the Rat. This zone will flip here. So advantage Cafuné, but they need to get back full control and get into these upper forward positions.
Yeah, it was a smart play to wait for the water level to drop before going in guns blazing for specials. Like I said at the beginning of this game, this map infamously lockout heavy before the water level drops. Once the map gets a lot bigger, it gets a lot easier to retake. So holding those specials for just a little bit longer, definitely the right play. But Cafuné is going to go 3 down. It's just a pencil. They're going to smartly fall back to try to preserve their cooler. The Stampers trying their best to pick them off using those vertical slashes. Zipcaster coming in line as well, I think. Or am I just seeing things? I believe... No, yeah, Zipcaster's behind them. They're doing their best. The Rice Ball Zipcast has been absolutely insane all set. Like, wherever you least expect to see them, they'll probably be there.
Exactly. Just use that Zipcaster as a distraction tool. That's what both these teams are doing. Just using that Zipcaster as a distraction tool and trying to take the eyes of your opponents and turning it into a huge rally to find a delay the triple there. Advantage Cafuné with the zone as they break through these penalty points. Killer Whale is out. Zuka online as they wait for this Zipcaster from the opposing Stamper as they end up getting picked off anyway. It's only the Zuka from Ricky the Rat. Pencil goes down, so they have a lot to wait for. Zuka finally ends up going out here, but it's crunch time now, Nikki.
Yeah, I mean, Ricky the Rat looking to have maybe one more chance to get back in this game. 20 seconds left. The shot's gonna jump in. Not jump in, but dive in. Finds one pick, trades another. That's 3 down on Cafuné. Taking advantage of that, they're gonna flip the zone. Ricky the Rat hanging on by a thread. Like, this game's gonna go on for a little bit longer. Their penalty's not even that big as well. So, like, if they just play their cards right, they could maybe try to flip the lead here. It's gonna be difficult, though. I mean, Cafuné, they already have 1 special online. They're all up. Ricky the Rat has no specials online. Stamper coming out from nowhere. The defensive core's been picked off. Shot going down as well. This is looking pretty big for Cafuné. They're looking to flip the zone. Maybe. They're being awfully slow about it. There's the flip. Another big penalty for Ricky the Rat. Unfortunately, right as they got through it. So they're really... similar to the Mako TC game, they're really struggling to find any momentum in this game. That was a beautiful vertical on the side of the Stamper there. Throwing into their own Zipcaster now, Rice Ball. Again, these Zipcasters have been big all set. Trying their best to find any kind of picks. Unable to find anything, but luckily they're not going to go down themselves. So at best they were just a distraction. I don't even keep them Zipcaster. Ricky Rat is going to flip the zone. So again, like, the back half of this game has just been so much back and forth. Just a complete grapple for the zone, basically. Neither team can seem to hold on to it for more than 10 seconds, it seems like. I say that as Ricky the Rat's beginning to get past the penalty. Penalty's dead, and then they immediately lose zone again. So another big penalty. This is what I mean, just constant back and forth. Neither team can get a single point. Ricky the Rat, only 1 left. Stamper, he's caught out alone. Probably going to go down here. Finds 1 at least. That's going to buy Ricky the Rat some time to come back in and regroup at least. They never got wiped out. So Cafuné, they're struggling to get into that lockout position. Although, frankly, at this point, they don't really need to. Like, Ricky the Rat really needs to do something in order to make sure they can not only retake the zone, but actually hold on to it for any significant amount of time. Cafuné's penalties down. It is now or never, ladies and gentlemen. What? Apparently it is now. They're going to flip the zone. Another big penalty. So much back and forth this game. It just doesn't stop. Only 20 seconds left, though. Ricky the Rat's maybe going to have 1 more chance to get back into this game.
I don't believe that they got that flip. They just used everything at the zone just for that flip, and we're back in crunch time. Loopholes finding a trade will be capped by Ricky the Rat, but they need to work together. They need to skirmish together, and that's what Cafuné's doing so good about. They're just using that brush and Zipcaster combination with that Stamper just to skirmish with each other. And finally, finding these ledges, Rice Ball able to find 2 members, but it's going to be shredded down anyway. Going into this crunch time territory, 10 ticks left on the clock for the lead, but it's going to be flipped anyway. Cafuné sneaks right through with that Ink Brush and Zuka combination to cap that zone to give them this win heading into Grand Final.
some palms would definitely sway that game. People were tugging at their collars. That was unbelievably close. The zone flips too were just so fast as well. Like just at any moment, anything could have happened to that game. It was absolutely unreal. Cafuné though, as you said, they saw an opportunity to take back the zone in the 11th hour, and they did. The Zuka, the brush, they came in, they snuck the cap, and in overtime, all you need is one cap. Even if it only lasts for a split second, that's all you need. So like they realize like if we don't go right now, we probably won't get a second chance. We're gonna have to go to game 5, and in game 5, who knows what might happen, right? So smart play on their part. They're gonna just barely sneak by off the win there, and with that win, they're gonna take the victory in semifinals and proceed on to finals, right? Like what comes after semis.
Yeah, what comes after semis and grands, and it looks like the stage is set. But let's take a quick break here and look at some ad reads as we get this lobby up going. We are going to have Neon Whale coming up here this Friday along with Ludi. But for Neon Whale, if you are a mid-level competitor, this is the perfect time to look into it, because this is one of the final actual tournaments before you get your division. So tune in this Friday at 8 p.m. Eastern to sign up, watch, or even just play and support your mid-level teams that are looking to give a strong impression this Ludi season. Alongside that, Fludi is this weekend as well, or Fast Ludi, as some people may know it. It is that Ludi format in a one-day event, the official Ludi seeding tournament that will be happening this weekend as well. Registration will close Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific. However, if you want to sign up for Ludi, that registration closes on May 31st at midnight Pacific, 3 a.m. Eastern. So it's going to be very, very interesting as we head into our final closing moments, especially heading into a league season. And Nikki, you and I, we both played for PSU Blue for the CCA, and in a league format, it can get very desperate, especially when it comes down to week 4 and week 5 for your final push of playoffs.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like that's when stakes are at their highest, right? Everyone's really giving it their all, fighting it to like make the cut, basically, make the dance, as our good friend Kraken Mayor always says.
Exactly, and that's all you really need to do. And both these teams, they've made the dance here for finals. So let's start talking about them. We have Hashi is gay. I think that's how you pronounce that name. I'll get corrected at some point if I'm wrong.
Harshi. I imagine it's Harshi.
I'm pretty sure it's Hashi versus Cafuné, who we did just see get a 3-1 victory in semifinals. Once again, this is a best of 5 as we come closing out for this event. We're going to get started on Splat Zone's Umami Ruins.
Cafuné, I mean, we just saw them, so we have an idea of the kinds of things they're probably going to pull out. Definitely a brush from Looples. I mean, it seems to be their go-to option. And then otherwise, we have like a pretty standard combination of shot for Zuka, pencil for cooler, and then Stamper because it's just a really good weapon right now. And as for Hershey is gay, I mean, we haven't seen him play in this block, so they're gonna be a wild card. But either way, is like regardless, they made it to grand finals. Like there's no denying that they know what they're doing, and they're here to put on a show for us. So it's definitely gonna be an interesting set.
Yeah, and with our lovely seeders for swim or sink here at IPL, Hershey is Gay was the number 1 seeded overall team versus Cafuné, who is the number 2 seeded overall team. So seeding's correct here for the tip top. They're seeded here for a reason. I'm excited to see what these two teams have in store for us.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially going on to Splat Zone's Umami Ruins. This is another one of those kind of nerve-wracking map modes where anything can happen.
Mhm.
We saw this one played earlier. Some textbook examples of lockouts in this map mode. You get a backline up on top mid, that very well could just spill out the end of the game without some strong displacement specials thrown their way. And we know for a fact that Cafuné likes to run a dedicated backline with their pencil. Aside from that one game we saw them pull out ZF, I believe. I believe that was Cafuné's team who pulled out ZF. It's so easy to get these players mixed up or scrambled around in your brain. But either way, like Splatoon's Umami Ruins, like it's a map mode that really can like set the tone for an entire set, especially when it's the first game in a set. Games here, they might be incredibly back and forth, might go into overtime. Sometimes they're over and done with in 60 seconds. Like you never know.
Yeah, you don't want to lose that choke point. As we did know early on in this block, it's that choke point like right by that snipe that you don't want to lose. And even then, if you let a player get through that from the other team, then you have to waste one, if not two specials just to get that player out before you're even able to contest the zone.
I mean, yeah, like it's so hard to retake that choke point, and once you're past it, you realize you're not even close to retaking back the objective, because after the choke point, there's the area right in front of the choke point, and then there's top mid, and then you get to contest the zones. Basically, like it is, like when it comes to zones, you always think about it in a series of levels, right? Like, you got zone, and then there's the next level, and then the next level, and then the next level. And Umami Zones is one of those map modes where I feel like there's so many levels between where you spawn and the zone itself, right? So it's a big reason of like why lockouts are so harsh on this map mode, because like even if you could break through some of those levels of defense, there's just so many to go before you could even begin to contest zone. And even then, like at that point, you're just contesting zone. That doesn't necessarily mean you're gonna flip it. So it's a scary map mode for sure. Anything can happen here. And like a 60-second knockout in game one in grand finals definitely sets the tone for how the rest of the set might go. So like
definitely.
This game may very well just kind of it's gonna leave one hell of a first impression, I think.
Yeah.
Well, we're just gonna have to wait and see.
Yeah, a lot of fast players on both sides, and we could definitely highlight Looples from that previous set, because we haven't seen anyone from Hashi is gay yet. But Looples paired up with that Zipcaster from that Stamper, they were just able to skirmish around everyone and create those opportunities together. You didn't have to rely on just the brush or just the Zipcaster to cause any skirmish potential, but you can rely on both and do very good mix-up options. And that's something that we haven't really seen from many teams so far. So it's going to be interesting to see how Hashi is able to move forward with, or even just against, a skirmish heavy plays team.
Yeah, for sure. I was thinking, Umami Ruins. I feel like it's not necessarily a strong map for Inkbrush. We keep highlighting Loopholes, and rightfully so. Like they were a very key part of Cafuné's victory against Ricky the Rat in semis. But I feel like Umami Zones is not necessarily a strong map for Brush. It's very like constricting, not a lot of good places to shark, not a lot of ways to move. But we're moving right into game one, seeing a foil squeezer. I lovingly call it the seizure squeezer. Shout out to my friend JP for that name. And for good reason. I mean, like Screen's it is incredibly strong on choke heavy maps like Umami. Otherwise, a lot of fairly standard stuff from the side of Hashi is gay. I believe the colors are mixed up yet again. No, they're not. Why do I keep getting the colors mixed up today? I'm just all over the place.
Yes, the colors are currently flipped. Cafuné is in the purple as we see it, and Looples once again causing mayhem. Penlo is there going down to a bomb from the CJ, and all it comes down to is who is able to get this first control, and we're going to start out with a huge skirmish on both sides. Harshi's Gay trying to push back through, and look, with this hammer, moving through, trying to take that choke point, finally getting the cap on the zone, but there's going to be one in mid, and with 3 members going down, it's going to be Cafuné to flip this right back into their own favor.
Yeah, a lot of early back and forth this game. Like, neither team is really able to establish a strong hold in mid. Although with Cafuné's pencil, Mara here set up very nicely on top mid. That's exactly where they want to be. The screen's going to be a little bit awkward for them. They might just have to wait it out, not wanting to risk going through it. The screen's going to be waited out, probably by play. Although Cafuné is 2 down here. The shot's alone in the left zone. The charger just gets picked off. Shot's very alone in mid. That jump came in at just the nick of time, doing their best to stay alive. They're gonna find one. Cafuné doing a great job holding not only both zones, but just mid in general, in spite of them being numbers down. And now Harshi's Gay's numbers down, so Cafuné right back in those key defensive positions. Like, this is looking really good for them so far. I say as they go 2 down. Commentators curse yet again. 3 down. Oh my goodness.
What a slash by Handler right there with that wiper. Force the last person to jump, and back in favor it is for Harshi. Look, just this hammer ready to go grab that cooler, dive right into this playground area. Spec goes down, throw that hammer, it does hit the pillow, but just the skirmish potential from your opponent being in your pit, that's something you don't really want to drop into, so you're forced to go around this far right side. Mars is able to find the pick onto Kiki, as it's going to be Cafuné to move back into the zone. God going down. Henlo is there though, finding another trade, and that's going to be a full wipeout on Cafuné with no penalty points added on. Hashi is still up in mid in this lockout position.
Yeah, Cafuné, maybe can have one more chance here to get back into the zone. With Who's Jelly, the pencil up on top mid, it's going to be difficult. Especially, I was going to call out the Stamper Zipcaster as their last good retake special to force the Stamper off the top mid, but the Stamper went down. They have 10 seconds left. The Stamper's gonna go and hit again. Cafuné really needs this one to happen right now, but unfortunately, they're gonna go 3 down, and that's gonna be a decisive victory for Hershey is Gay. Again, just another clean example of a lockout in this map mode. You get the backline up on top mid, and it is just so difficult to just move on this map mode. So, I mean, credit to Hershey's Gay. Like, they understood the map mode, they knew what they had to do, and they did it exceedingly well.
And that's what it came down to, especially on this map. This is more of a lockout heavy map, and that's what we saw. We saw the team that got more picks just flat out win without the zone being contested.
Yeah, for sure. I especially want to highlight the wiper there on the side of Hershey is Gay. They were doing work for their team, just constantly skirmishing the team. Like, even if they were going down a lot, similar to Looples on Brush for Cafuné, they would just, like, even if they were going down a lot, they were just a constant nuisance that Cafuné couldn't get rid of, like a rat in the walls. Every time you think you get rid of him, well, now there's another one, because he, like, you know, they're going to respawn, jump right back in, and just do it again like nothing ever happened. Because, like, and if as soon as you, like, start ignoring them, as soon as you're like, all right, screw it, like, they just want to be a nuisance, like, let's not take the bait. Well, now you have an unchecked menace behind enemy lines that could kill you from literally anywhere, right? So you can't really just ignore them either. So it's kind of interesting how, like, both of these teams kind of have players that almost parallel each other in a way. But either way, like, Hershey is Gay looking pretty strong in that first game. Cafuné look like they're not making it easy for them. Like, that first game, there was quite a bit of back and forth for the first half of it. But Cafuné might look, they might need to make a few adjustments going into the rest of this set, because it seems like once Hershey is Gay got set up in that lockout position, it was just exceedingly easy for them to just keep the lockout going for the rest of the game. And on Clam Blitz Crab Leg especially, this is a map mode where any backline, pencil especially, that gets set up on top left, top right, or just the mid grates, that could be really deadly, because that just exerts so much control over basically the entire map. So, like, this is another map mode where you definitely don't want to get locked out on, because otherwise the economy will just go totally in favor of the team in advantage, and then it'll just be constant push after push after push, no momentum for the defenders in sight, and it's really easy to just, like, feel like you have no options here.
Yeah, and not just the pencils as well. It's also powerful for something like a Stamper, something like a Squeezer, something that can also just counter those backline weapons that can cause havoc onto these teams and try to create some sort of opening. We will see that foil squeezer once more. Paintbrush back to that missile option for Loopholes, going with that crab tank stamper this time around, switching it up a little bit. But these missiles from Loopholes might be the key to find this victory, just to point out where those opponents are and to just scatter them.
I can't help but wonder if the gold paintbrush is an attempt to counter the foil squeezer, because obviously point sensors, but both sensors and missiles, but sensors especially, are a phenomenal counter to splatter color screen. Like that whole smoke screen aspect of it, you can just ignore that completely if you could just censor them through the screen, right? A big crab tank up on top mid here. This is going to be, it's going to do wonders to clear out a lot of space for Cafuné. One trying to poke the crab from the side, but Lupo smartly defending their teammate from beneath. Although Cafuné is going to be 2 down here. Lupo's kind of caught out in the close position. Finding one, that jumps an easy camp for them. Finding another, the last one's caught out, forced to fall back. Cafuné right here, they have a lot of space. What they need are clams. We said it earlier in this block. Crab-like clams is one of those map modes that's really uncooperative with clam spawns. A lot of them don't spawn in like locations where you'd actually want them. So they're gonna have to take some time. They have a significant number of clams now, but unfortunately it took them so long to get them that Hershey's Gay is already back up in their key defensive positions, and now Cafuné is gonna have to work to retake that space all over again, especially if them going 2 down.
Yeah, they go 2 down, and the last one is the pencil. They get taken out by the squeezer. Loopholes goes down as well with a trade with that squeezer, but it's all coming down to who is getting more kills as a team. Bazooka from CJ trying to hold on, losing that power clam, but neither team is able to push up through this ramp just yet. It's going to come down to who can get a full wipe on offense, and as of right now, neither team has done that, and Cafuné is trying to take it slow, especially with that splatter color screen just taking a nice little stroll right through it.
Yeah, for sure. That screen's gonna do a lot to push basically every member of Cafuné all the way back to their spawn. Hershey's Gay has complete control over the key locations. They have top mid, they have top right, multiple balls online. Cafuné's 2 down. This is the freest score of their lives. Gonna get both of their power claims in for a clean 40 points and a pretty significant follow-up. That is a lot of points for Hershey's Gay, and with Cafuné just continuously going down, they're still 2 down. Hershey's Gay is jumping in to get another ball, taking the score all the way down to 19. That is very significant. A screen right in front of the basket as well. They can just run back to more claims. That's exactly what they're doing. They have enough for the knockout. The last ball's coming in right now. If they get that in, it's game, and that is it. A fantastic push from Hershey's Gay. 100 points all the way down to 0. You hardly ever see that, and Hershey's Gay did it like it was absolutely nothing. Beautiful stuff on their part.
100 to 0, and they got to that lockout position. It was the squeezer off to the side, and not just that, it was also another member, I don't remember who, but another member of Hershey's Gay got to that top right. They got across the entire grates, allowing I'm pretty sure it was the squeezer off to the left side of that basket area. So they were able to get a pincer move in, clear out the entire plat, allowing not only the pencil to go across the grays to get the score in, but allowing another member from the bottom just to score in themselves, bringing it down to 60 to begin with. And not only that, having the mobility, the swim speed to go all the way back and grab those clams and run it all the way back up too.
Yeah, I believe it was the pencil and the squeezer playing that top right position. And like you said, like that really was what they needed to do. I think I said earlier in this block when we first saw this map mode that like pushing the basket from top right like that, it's probably the most ideal way to go about pushing the basket because you have that height advantage over the plat. It's really difficult to force attackers out of that area if you're a defender. But like the trade-off is that it's so difficult to approach the basket from there because you have to walk across those grates. You're very exposed, and obviously that top right position for the defending team, it's really easy for them to just hold that position themselves. In which case, it's really difficult to get in there. But Hershey is Gay. Like the squeezer, the pencil, they cleared it out really nicely. They noticed it was undefended. They got up there, and then them up top and top right. The shot coming up the ramp, playing the plat area. They dropped down, got a screen coming from the right side as well. Like they just had the makings of the most beautiful pincer play you've ever seen, and then from there, like, it was all over for Cafuné. Like, they tried, they put in a valiant effort, but like, it was just one thing after another. Like, all of the pieces fell into place one by one, and it was just too much momentum for Cafuné to really do anything about. So fantastic play from Harshia's Gay. We're going into game 3, match point for Harshia's Gay. One more win, and we will have our champions of this bracket. So this is really Cafuné's last chance to make something happen. Harshia's Gay is falling back, you know, sticking to their traditional comp: wiper, pencil, shot, seizure squeezer, foil squeezer. Cafuné also falling back on some more traditional picks, keeping the green stamper this time around for the crab tank. For good reason. Crab on mid spinner is unbelievably powerful, but also pulling out an Octobrush this time. Makes a lot of sense. Zipcaster is also very powerful here, so they're playing. Seems like their weapon choices are more in favor of playing like the strengths of this map mode, less so to play to the counters of Harshia's Gay. And whether or not that's going to work out for them, we're going to have to wait and see. But already, Cafuné is doing pretty well. Like, mid is looking to be pretty much in their control. Rainmaker's popped as well. The Octobrush having a very strong presence up on the plot for Zipcaster, and a Crab Tank as well. That's going to do a lot to force all of the members of Harshia's Gate all the way back. But a Hammer from far right is barely going to sneak the kill on the Rainmaker carrier. They're not going to get the checkpoint. And now Cafuné's stuck in a bit of an awkward position. Down below and bottom right, doing their best to keep this push going, but Harshia's Gate is going to have a lot more time to kind of regroup and get their bearings straight.
Cafuné will sneak through and get that checkpoint anyways, however. But I do agree. I do like it, this adjustment from Cafuné. They're able to play to the mass advantage and play fast with it. Spec trying to move quickly with that stamper. CJ snagging that Rainmaker before it resets. Henlo will be the one to shut that down before going down themselves. The Rainmaker is still there. They're getting staggered with their death, and this Crab Tank probably won't help that too much in this situation. As the Squeezer going down once again. Henlo trying to drop it. They will, but it's still Cafuné all the way up top here. Loopholes, Spec poking as much as they can, and they have not even left the spinner area just yet.
Yeah, I want to highlight Spec here. They're doing just a fantastic job finding pick after pick. Like, when's the last time this guy has died? My goodness. Finally gonna go down in a wipeout from Cafuné. Again, commentator's curse. I really gotta stop talking sometimes. But regardless, a fantastic push for Cafuné. Harshia's Gate did a really good job picking out the Rainmaker and dropping it before that push got too hard. Because the Crab Tank up on spinner there was looking absolutely deadly. The Rainmaker being dead means the Crab didn't actually get that much value. Harshia's Gate using the wipeout to their advantage, trying to get a counter push going, but they're gonna go 3 down very early. Cafuné learning the guerrilla tactics of this team, forcing them out very early. And now the Rainmaker is firmly in control of Cafuné is firmly in control of the Rainmaker again, giving them for yet another push. Cooler online as well, so they can afford to play very aggressively if they want to. Crab Tank's ready online as well. They get up on top of spinner, they pop that. This could be the makings of an absolutely massive push.
Zuka Owl will shut that down for the moment as CJ finds 2 members trying to keep this Rainmaker forward. CJ not picking it up just yet, but trying to paint around and use himself as a distraction tool to let their team get in. There goes the screen from Harshia's Gate to slow them down for the moment, get the Rainmaker to reset back into mid, but it all comes down to who is able to clean this plat. It will be 2 down, that will be 3 down. It's only the pencil left up for Cafuné, but they need to get there quick.
Yeah, I mean, Harshia's Gate, again, a really nice defense on this. It seems like every time Cafuné pops Crab Tank, they have the makings of a great push, but Harshia's Gate smartly prioritizes the Rainmaker, picks them up right away, and it's like that Crab isn't getting any value. Although, not to discredit Cafuné, their defense is also looking fantastic. Loopholes with the Octobrush finding 3, someone else finds the 4th. Unfortunately, the Zipcaster isn't going to be the most, never mind actually, they find the pencil there. I forgot they were cool, so they respawn very quickly. Cafuné is just putting on an absolute clinic right now, finding pick after pick. Hershey's Gate doing their best to keep up, but it seems like they just can't find any momentum. The Rainmaker's in a really dangerous position. Hershey's Gate, no specials online, so they're going to have a difficult time stopping this. They're going to pick it up, though, dropping it again. It seems like that's anything they could do in the situation. Lupo's playing very aggressively, going after the Zuka, but barely missing the kill. They were cooler, so they're going to respawn very quickly, not the end of the world. The pencil's going to go down. Both teams are just, they seem to just be trading pushes technically. It's like, Cafuné, you get a push, now we get a push. Then Cafuné gets another push, and then Hershey's Gate gets another chance, right? Like, just so much back and forth this game. It seems like each time Cafuné is getting slightly further compared to Hershey's Gate, who is consistently getting stumped at that first checkpoint.
Moving forward is all they really need to do, and while you were talking, it was going to be Looples on the Zipcaster finding two, allowing CJ to pick up this Rainmaker and get back to that flat area, but they have the lead. They don't need to push it too hard just yet. Fighting for this pop, they need to pick up. Hashi will end up picking up the Rainmaker in time. 60 seconds or a death, and they're going to die off screen. I'm not sure to what, but it's probably a bomb or Zuka that we just didn't see.
A fantastic pick from whoever that was on the side of Cafuné. I'm sure they're popping off about it. Whatever it was the right play to make. I mean, in overtime, all you need is one clean pick on the Rainmaker. No, not even one clean pick, just one pick. It doesn't matter if it's messy. Like, you could play like an idiot, dive in, trade. Like, it might be like the most horrendous play. You might dive into a 1v4, right? But in overtime, so long as you get the Rainmaker, that's all that matters, right? Because as soon as that Rainmaker dies, you're done. You don't get second chances in overtime. Like, that is just the game. It would have been exceedingly difficult for Hershey's Gate to turn that around because the Rainmaker was not only did Cafuné have a pretty significant lead they had to beat, but the Rainmaker was still on their side of the map. So they effectively had to push it all the way out of their spawn, all the way through mid, and then up into Cafuné spawn, and then forward enough to get the lead. All of which in less than 60 seconds and without dying. Like, it would have been exceedingly difficult for them to make it the whole way there. But I mean, Cafuné picking up the Rainmaker right away, it's like well, now, like, maybe Hershey's Gate could have done it. Well, now we'll never actually need to know because they didn't even get out of spawn. The instant they picked up Rainmaker, someone picked them off. Who was it? How'd they do it? We don't know. And it's kind of unfortunate because I'm sure whoever got that pick is absolutely popping off right now. But regardless, Cafuné hanging on by a thread. Like, they're still in this set 2-1. Just take it one game at a time, you know? Like, they may be down, but they are most certainly not out, and they're trying to show that as best they can. And hopefully we'll see a bit more of that as we go into Game 4 on Tower Control Manta Maria.
This is a map.
The map of all time, as you said earlier.
It is. I say that because I've been enjoying playing it less and less throughout the years, because it just feels so stale to me. But it is very quick. It's very good competitively. So I'm not surprised to see it here. It's all going to be about playing for speed, finding those pincer plays, which Cafuné has done really good previously, but Henlo on that Splatana has always been right there, keeping up with both of them, switching off to the bucket this time around. But either way, this is going to be a flank heavy and offense heavy map.
A lot of significant changes on the side of Hershey's Gay, actually. We're losing the pencil in favor of a Headit, losing the wiper in favor of the bucket, as you mentioned, and also switching off of the foil squeezer for the 52 deco. Still wanting that screen support, and I don't blame him. Screen in the street on this map mode is absolutely brutal. But still, like, a lot of big adjustments for Hershey's Gay. It's going to be interesting to see how that works out for them, especially compared to Cafuné, who's running a more standard comp. Lupo's still rocking the Octobrush for the Zipcaster. It was working out pretty well for them last game, so it seems like they're trying to ride that wave. And also the bucket instead of the stamper. That's definitely a more interesting adaptation, but again, not about good merit. This map is all about hitting over ledges and walls. So both teams running a bucket, it's to be expected, honestly. Cafuné, though, having an early advantage, they're getting numbers down, but that didn't stop them from getting the first checkpoint. And it seems like they're keeping this push going. Now it's Hershey's Gay being numbers down, moving into street with strikes online as well, trying to clear out as much space as possible. the bucket's in a fantastic position, in that defensive position that Hershey's Gay wants to play. So long as they're up there, they effectively cannot stop the tower. Finding one, finding another, it's just ahead to stop the tower, and they're kind of stuck in a corner there. The bucket finds them as well. Spec putting on an absolute clinic right now. This push is really snowballing out of control. Hershey's Gay needs to make something happen right now. Otherwise, we might just have an early knockout here.
Spec popping off on this flank, and this is really where you want to be. You're not getting to too much, but you're making a difference either way. Through that third checkpoint, going in for the knockout, 52 diving, but that's not enough. Cafuné, early open, very quick knockout. We are back tied up, match tournament point. Here, we are going to game 9, or game 5. I'm too used to leagues, guys.
What a push, frankly. If you're Hershey is Gay, you're probably a little nervous. Like, you're going into game 5 coming off of that kind of play from your opponent. Like, Cafuné just, oh my goodness, just like that was textbook. Like, it was the textbook way to play that map mode. Like, the beginning was a little rocky. They were numbers down at the beginning, but as soon as they got past that first checkpoint, they all jumped back in. They got the bucket up in the top left, holding control of that key defensive position. So long as they're up there, Hershey is Gay can't stop the tower, right? And then once they cleared out that defensive position, Spec found 2 or 3 players up there. They figured, well, like, heck, like, why stop here? I might as well just keep going. They pushed up further, got onto their ramp, took out the head it, and then from there, like, Hershey is Gay, like, they don't have any defensive positions, and, like, in that case, it's like, what do we do? So Cafuné just ran it all the way for the knockout in, like, what felt like less than a minute. I think it was slightly over a minute in game time, but, like, seriously, like, that game just flew by in the blink of an eye. If you're Hershey is Gay, keep a level head, don't let that loss get to you. It's game 5, score 2-2, like, the score might as well be 0-0, it's a best of 1 for for grand finals, right? Like, I mean, the past 4 games never happened, right? Point is, Hershey is Gay. They're probably a little nervous coming off of that last loss because it really was just the most explosive push anyone's ever seen on Manta TC, especially like a grand final set, right? Like, you don't expect a one-sided match that hard in grand finals. But well, you have to wait and see how these teams kind of come off of that last explosive game. Splat zones on chip shape, a map mode where just about anything can happen. Both teams, Hershey is Gay, gonna fall back to some more conventional picks. They're going back to the foil squeezer. Cafuné still rocking the bucket. Apparently, Spec was liking how well it was working in the last game. I can't say I blame them. Opening up, this is match point. I'm excited.
Match point, tournament point. Everything is on the line here. It will be Cafuné with the early cap. God, finding the bucket on Spec, moving through, finding Mar on this flank. It's only that Zipcaster out of Loophole going down off camera, and here we go. Early lockout position for Hershey, and just like that, this is full advantage. It's really hard to break out of a super strong lockout like this, but it's still definitely possible. Don't count them out just yet. Hammer from Henlo cleaning out that pit area, finding a trade, but 3 members down from Cafuné once again. It's only Spec on that bucket. There's the wipeout, 50 points remaining, 1 minute down in the game, and we are down to crunch time. Tournament point on the line.
Yeah, this is really not looking good for Cafuné. Cooler online for Hershey as well, meaning their deaths effectively have no penalty. Zuka online as well, finding 1. That means probably no strikes for this game. It's going to fall on Lupo Zipcast to try to make something happen. They're going to go down, though. The pencil goes down as well. It's only the shot, I think. Only 10 seconds left. They're forced to die in the zone, but there's only so much one player can do. They're going to go down. Hershey's Gay is going to keep paint in zone, and that is the game and the bracket. Ladies and gentlemen, your champions, Hershey is Gay. What a team name, by the way, for our victors.
Hey, I don't know Hershey as a player, but if this is their way of coming out saying that they're gay, and then congrats, you win the event.
I applaud you. I applaud everyone on Hershey is Gay. Frankly, something tells me they took that last loss on Manta TC personally, because they thought, oh man, like you guys think you're cool for getting a 100-0 push in less than a minute? why don't we just do the exact same thing? And so they did. Like that. If Cafuné's Manta TC game was textbook, that was the textbook way to play. What's it called? Ship shape zones. Like they got the early advantage. They pushed in the top left. They held top left while the front lines moved up into the far side of mid. And then from there, they just never gave Cafuné an inch. Every time they had a special, it's like that special got canceled right away. I don't even think the bucket spec. I don't think they ever got their tri-strikes a single time that game. And tri-strike, that really is one of the key specials for retaking that top right position, which is like really your first priority on ship shape zones, right? Like if the enemy team is locking you out from top right, you want to get them out of top right before you begin to contest the zone, because otherwise, like, you just can't contest the zone, right? And strikes are really good for clearing out top right, but if them just consistently going down, Hershey is gay, never giving them an inch, it's like any opportunities for retake Cafuné had, they never got. And then from there, it was just so easy for Hershey is gay to run it down from 100 to 0 in a single push effectively. So congrats to Hershey is gay, of course. Y'all's killed it, 100%. Otherwise, yeah, like just what a set, frankly.
Yeah, ran right through. We went the distance. We are after midnight. The TOs are probably going to yell at us to get off because they want to go to bed very soon. So let's try to wrap it up here. I am Vapor. You can find me over on Twitter and Twitch at V4P0R_SPL. You can also find me a lot in the production scene for the Collegiate Cephalopod Association, and you can also find me at Riptide this September. So Nikki, I know you don't really do Twitter too much, but where else can they find you?
Yeah, sure. So yeah, I don't do a lot of social media. It's not my thing. If you do like the sound of my dumb voice though, you can go check out my YouTube channel, Anako Nikki. I upload a lot of Splatoon VODs. If you like the stuff you see on this stream, you'll probably like some of the stuff I make. But otherwise, go support this guy. Oh, wrong side. Go support this guy. He's way better at this game than I am.
I mean, we're all here to enjoy our time here as players, as casters, as production, as TOs, and even for you guys at home, the viewers. We love you all. We do the best we can, and we're happy to bring you guys Swim or Sink 149. Thank you all for watching. Thank you to our production staff, our TOs tonight, Grace, especially being the one allowing me and Nikki on. But thank you all. You have a wonderful evening. Congrats to Hershey is Gay for being your winners of Swim or Sink 149.